Mission begins in 60 seconds. Mission begins in 30 seconds.
Thanks, Pally. I need some help.
Mission begins in 10 seconds.
9. No.
5,
Incoming.
4, 3, 2, 1.
We're gonna turn you to cutting rind. Ain't gonna live itself.
What am I on, man? No. Where's the sniper that's about to counter-snipe me? Where is he? Where is he? You get rolled, bro. You would own this shit. You'd fucking own. You would just need a month of practice. Plays CSGO. You guys are such boomers, man. Where is this? Oh, help, help. No. I mean, TF2 is absolutely a boomer game. It is fun. I mean, I think pubbing in TF2 is more fun than playing like scrims at this point. It's just like a whole bunch of action. It just never stops. You're just constantly shooting things. I can't hit this soldier. His like movement is just way too good. My team is not very bueno. Where? Get away from me. Please. Just a single heal, my friend. Use your medigun, I have crit heals, thank you. Look at him going back and forth like that. Unbelievable. That was a good shot though. That's a good eye, sniper. Oh, I'm dead. As Banny likes to say. What, dude? We are just getting rolled. I lied. Legendary movement. Please. Dude, I am owning so hard. Where's the participation here? Oh, I'm done. Will the Diabolical game ever come to Steam? I feel like that's not an answer anyone can give other than the good studio. Oh my god. Oh, I'm doing great in this pub right now. Good eye, sniper. I'll shoot. You run. Oh my god. What is happening? I mean, it's very possible that the Epic Games exclusivity was what gave them the money to make the game in the first place, so I don't really know. It's sort of how it works these days.
Mission begins in 10 seconds.
Yeah, TF2 puffer snipers are really good. They're like the best sniper v sniper players I've ever played against in my life.
2, 1.
I got the moves. I did not even know that was a sniper. That was like a blur on my screen. I just clicked. Oh man, he's in the same spot. I gotta get up top. Gotta use the angles. I don't bother. Play Apex? I would, but Sugar's not here. I think sniping in TF2 though is one of the least enjoyable experiences ever. It was much better in Overwatch. Like the ability to actually just strafe out in Overwatch and headshot first and not have to worry about getting like instantly killed because you can't move is way better than TF2. Oh man. Well, Stinkbug's not here. It's not my fault. Where's Stinkbug? I just sent that to him. See what he says. It's not really ping versus ping, it's strafe versus strafe. Like, if you never actually shoot until they shoot, or you get good timings of like unscoping and rescoping, then that's how you sniper v sniper in this game. I don't bother, right? That was an alright experience. That was alright. Pretty imbalanced. I give such like standard answers. I struggle to find the play button sometimes on this faceit client. Oh, well, yeah, if you have 150 ping, then that's definitely... I'm talking more, you know, people playing on local pings to each other, like, at least within, like, 60 of one another. Once you're starting to get, like, close to, like, 100, it gets really bad versus other snipers. But at the same time, I think it's pretty easy with, like, 200 ping in this game to snipe, like, other classes. I think they give you, like, a hitbox, like... some like amount of leniency or something with hitboxes because you just can't miss sometimes. What's up, Skag? Dude. No one ever accepts. It's crazy. Two culprits. Does Banny play these? I guess so, yeah, but I was just on his stream and he was just playing regular casual for some reason. He said he wanted to like get his badge all the way up or something. Which is like, I would never, like, as long as faceit pubs are around, I will literally never play like regular matchmaking in this game ever again. It's unplayable until Valve does something about like the bots or whatever. This is Peach HUD. Dude, one person didn't accept again. What is happening? They need to give like more like leeway or something with faceit, because like it's so hard to get people to ready up when you're doing like 6v6 matchmaking in just like CSGO pugs instead of 5v5 matchmaking in CSGO pugs. So I can imagine 12v12 to just be like one person not accepting over and over and over again. Does it cost anything? No, it's free. You can sub. I think the way it works basically is you can sub to like accelerate like the points you accumulate to like buy random things on the faceit store, but just to like play you don't have to pay anything. Bye bye. Yeah, that'll be the new thing that people make bots for. Just never accept the queue and just ruin faceit matchmaking. Jacob, I sent you a friend request on Twitter or Twitch by accident in Bren's stream. And then I immediately canceled it because I realized I didn't want you to be on my friends list on Twitch. Just thought it would be awkward. So in case you got a notification, I'm just bringing it up now. It's just in case you saw. I didn't want you to get the wrong idea. Like, you know what I mean? He could have never known, but you don't know. He could have seen it because he was actively talking, you know, so maybe he got like a notification and then it would have just been awkward. So I just like to clear things up, you know, clear the air. ETA mouse review. I did most of the recording last night. I paid a lot less attention to like the the random like dimensions and shit of mice that people like to do and talk about for like 50 years on every mouse review. It's like, oh, it's exactly 43.333 repeating millimeters long, you know? And it's like, I feel like that's just completely useless. It's also like information everybody can get themselves. So I'm trying to focus more on just like the features of the mouse from like an actual gaming standpoint. But I did most of the recording yesterday, I think, last night. TF2 has not changed. I saw on the subreddit, on the TF2 subreddit, I like searched for faceit. First of all, I had to search for faceit because like I knew that like if I just looked at like top of the last week or something, that like the faceit notification or like the faceit announcement wouldn't even be there, because like it's just gonna be like some random pictures of memes I don't understand that aren't funny. So like I had to search for faceit in the subreddit, and I was just like browsing like the different threads to see like what people thought of it or whatever. And like some of the positives of it were so funny. It was like, I saw the longest conga I've ever seen in TF2 Faceit Pub I played yesterday. The longest I've ever seen, and I loved it. I was like, what? Meanwhile, like in casual matchmaking or whatever, in fucking like Valve matchmaking, I just run around and I kill all the people that are congaing. It's really weird. It's a very different mentality. What's up, Mimi? You did pub today, so that's kind of cool. Looking very average today. Well, that's kind of fucked up. I thought it looked pretty good today. So, thanks a lot for that. You live in Texas and you become free enough to go about your daily life, and now you think you're hot shit for it. Oh my god. Dude, the short circuit needs to go. Dead game, Overwatch ripoff. True. This game wishes it were Overwatch. I don't know how to go about. No, I don't sign any items.
Boys, we have a traitor.
Time has been added.
This guy thinks you're serious, dude. You're just gonna ruin my reputation.
Soldier, it's calling. There will be medals given out.
Dummy can answer that question about why is he 50 and ruined, because I don't even know what that means, so I'm just gonna give it to somebody else. Does this do like every stage of Dust Bowl? I guess so, huh? So this pub's gonna last like 50 years.
Point is being captured.
Gonna play what love is he getting? I actually don't know. I think maybe people leave or something. That happened to me one time before I started the stream. Yeah, I don't really know how to answer that question. I don't know what type of units and levels of good you're looking for. I think as just raw mechanically, YZ50 was much better.
Mission begins in 30 seconds.
Good eye, sniper. Actually, Room was chill to me. Maybe he was better. Yeah. I actually think one of like the best players in the game was Cheesy MacGyver, because he was super chill to me. He's a really cool guy.
10 seconds.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know what stops, what cancels the pubs. Look at that Uber. Oh my god. Legendary. Uh-oh. What is this, man? I feel like this isn't really the play, like what I'm using, but you know, it's whatever. Oh my god, I just need to snipe. What? What? I know that medic's never gonna arrow me, but I'm still gonna ask anyway. Month 13, still no cat working note. You're gonna have to keep counting those months. Oh no. Look at this crazy spy. What the fuck? I'm trapped. Feels like my team is much worse. Just like from looking at like the players I'm playing against. Like, they seem pretty competent. But I think it's Dust Bowl, so we just can't... They can't push. What is this medic doing? Oh my god. I've been finished with school forever. Oh my god, what the fuck? Dude, the skybox is so low on this map. What the fuck? No. Peace out, Chief.
Time has been added.
Oh wait, you're not leaving. He's leaving. Gotcha. Dude, I know. I can't handle the game anymore. Maybe scouts the play here. Oh my god, we're so good. This is definitely not the play, by the way. I forgot that this is like the only... These are like the only doors. Maybe I can get through here. Insane amounts of damage there. From just lighting me on fire for like 2 seconds. I guess I could just go sniper. Ooh, maybe I'll go spy though. No, I'll go sniper. Look at this KD though. Like, I am definitely not a feeder. I'll tell you that much. This point is so bad. Open the door! Fuck. Oh, this poor medic! What? Nice reg, tf2. I can't hit these people. Look at this heavy's movement. Have you ever seen anything better? What the fuck? Played the sound? Yeah, that happens all the time in this game. This game has some of the worst like melee reg ever. So Marcus, are you gonna deal with me or what? I'm struggling out here. Dude, these people are so clueless. I don't know what to do. Imagine playing Spy. Yeah, I mean, definitely some interesting choices. Actually reminds me of Valorant. Escalation mode in that game is like so bad, and like the final like stage or whatever of escalation sometimes it's just the knife round, and knife in Valorant is just it just does not work at all. So it, like I don't know what they were thinking, basing like any of that game mode off of the knives. Like they even admitted their knives like don't work. Dude, just heal me. For the love of God, just heal. What the fuck? Do I enjoy Val? Yeah, Valorant's fun. I'm playing a lot more lately. I've just been doing, and it's more fun. Like the key is just to literally not give a shit about anything going on. Like once you get like immortal, you're just playing against other people that are immortal and radiant, and I just don't give a shit about what happens in the game. Like once you go in with like the mentality that like ranked is just really stupid, you just play. Because I think ranked is really bad in that game. It's fucking awful. I mean, I'm sure it is in every game, but it's just different because it's like a race to pick all the DPS characters in Valorant. Like it's just a bunch of people racing to pick Jett or like Reyna or whatever. Phrase. Which makes it really stupid. Yoshimitsu. I went in? I did go in. I did go in. Yeah, I mean I don't really care about like them insta-locking duelists. It's more just that like the game feels just less fun to play if you're not on a duelist. It's like significantly different. Like you're just forced to try to like, at least if you're trying to win or like, you know, play your agent the way you're supposed to play your agent, you're just like setting those people up with like smokes or like, you know, different pieces of util. And it's just like the game just becomes completely different, and it's not like really that fun. And it's not like a fun thing to like peek and fight constantly on Omen, because it's like, okay, you're just like costing your team fucking rounds because you're not like, now they just don't have smokes and you're dead in the first like 5 seconds of the game, you know. It's just very different. So it's very like Overwatchy in that respect. It's like you can just kind of get fucked. No bother to run. Please. There are a lot of similarly bad like mechanics though, I think, that are shared. What? Dude, how does that miss? What the fuck? No, I'm using the G Pro super late. I remember there being like, I remember TF2 players like talking about like how Discord is really dumb on Zen, because it's like you just click on somebody and they take extra damage, but that's like half the mechanics in this game. It's like Girardi, fucking, there are a ton of mini crit based things in this game. In fact, they probably got that mechanic from this game. Not that mini crits are just entirely a TF2 thing, but no, 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 no. Dude, I cannot hit this. This guy is just way too good of a player. That is just factual. Changes network settings. It's interesting. Whatever they changed mine to is their shit, clearly.
Hey, sniper, falling.
Like Girardi's like just like a real weapon that like the devs design in this game, or item, I guess. You just throw it on people and they just take mini crits. Like that's cool. For like the worst character to put it onto, like why would Sniper ever have an ability like that? Like other than lore wise. It's like they needed to include like a bottle of piss in the game, so they were like, well, it's gotta be Sniper. Who the fuck else is it gonna? Oh my fucking god. I feel like that hit too. I hate Huntsman snipers so much. I don't think a Huntsman sniper has ever been successfully headshot by a regular sniper in this game. Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean. Like, I feel like they needed to include a bottle of piss, and they had to do it on sniper because it fits like his lore as like a sniper that needs to pee in a jar so he can like continue to post up or whatever. But like, realistically, I don't think the weapon makes any sense to be on a sniper, considering like how strong it is. Yeah, I think like my interp is just like a little far behind because I was like, that was perfect reg, and I was definitely not. It's like I was behind the demo when I was coming in. Uh-oh.
Mission begins in 60 seconds.
No, I don't use any custom interp settings. I think it's just the faceit network settings. Yeah, this actually takes so long. What the fuck? Who the fuck decided to put this map in the pool? This is like such a significant difference in time between like this map and like Badwater or fucking Harvest. I don't know. I don't really feel like turning that graph on. This is gonna be huge.
10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I'm dead. What is this? This guy really thinks he can win a fight like that. Pubs are wild, man. Pubs are absolutely wild. Can I go here? Or is it closed? Oh god.
Time has been added.
What the f- What an absolute legend! Oh my god. That's true. I did miss horribly though, so that really was the only thing that gave him that option. I did not think that fucking point capped that fast. I was like, what the fuck is this medic doing? What the fuck? That's an animal though. Complete legend.
Mission begins in 30 seconds.
Bye bye, beautiful. Don't bother to ride.
Mission begins in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, same strat as last time. The pyro's coming to get me, the pyro's coming to get me, the same guy. Oh, I didn't know that was still up. Yes. Yes. 39 and 9, baby.
Calling here.
Who is Danny 32 and why is he speaking to me? I don't know if I can do that. Okay. That was alright. That was okay. He's my fan. Maybe. Oh, is he a Banny fan? That's hype. Unremarkable 5? That's not. It's like a fucked up qualifier. How's the night? I'm not too bad. Oh my god. Borneo. What the fuck is Borneo? What's up, foe? I've been playing ranked again. I haven't seen you in the queues, bro. Where the fuck you at? Oh, cool. It queued me up twice. What the fuck are you guys talking about? Are you talking about like faceit seasons? What? Okay. People get so offended when you do this. What's the sense? It's pretty low in this game. It's like 377 in Val. Hard to get used to in this game. Stop killing the friendlies. I stopped playing faceit pubs because they kept killing me when I was a friendly. The fuck did they get off?
Mission begins in 10 seconds.
Dude, Demon Sense and Val is just so bad. I'll always stand by it.
Alright, fella. Teamwork makes the dream work. Let's do it!
Mission begins in 60 seconds.
Thanks, Doc.
With high sense and Valorant, like every single easy kill just becomes like 10 billion times harder. It like ruins my mental to like die in a stupid way in Valorant with a high sense. Like just not getting a kill that I should be getting because it's like I just can't I'm just not as like precise as I want to be, and they're not looking at me, and I just like whiff and whatever. That like ruins my mental because I'll die to somebody in like a similar fashion, and I know that guy is just like fucking like taking his entire mouse pad to do like 180. And it's just like, it just ruins my my mental, you know? Oh nice, it's Meat Boy. Oh my god, I am such a huge help to my team. You guys see that? And then I have like Banny Bind, aka switch myself. Huge distraction. Oh my god, look at this scout.
Heavy's low. Careful for the sniper. He's aiming straight down the map.
Heavy on the left.
How is this player
He's
alive?
down.
Dude, what?
I got him.
Are you guys watching this? Am I crazy? How in the world is that spy alive? What? The fuck?
Alright, push, push, push.
Please, sir. Just one buff.
I think I'm gonna need some. Thank you.
The worst part of pubs, by just an inconceivable margin, is people who play engineer. It's just inconceivable
I don't have
how
that.
awful it makes pubs. Because then I just have to do this. Which is just like, look at how quickly that guy broke the sentry gun. It's like the most lazy, like boring thing that you like have to do.
Teleporter down.
Good job, good job.
There's 2 level 3 sentries on the right side
Please heal.
in the
Thank you.
the building.
Uber me in. Hello, Uber me, please. Thank you. That wasn't it. Alright, back to scout. Power medics are so funny.
Uber Pyro pushing through the building.
Oh, I'm dead to a sentry gun.
Is that a fucking KKK Pyro? Oh my god.
Sentry down. There's two snipers just aiming down the sight.
It's time to go sniper.
Ball ain't moving.
What's up, Habib? Oh my god. This Pumpkinhead sniper is just fucking goated.
Central on the left, be careful guys.
Nice shot.
Thank you.
Sticking the car.
Good job.
Oh, I'm dead.
We're doing very well.
Watch over Huntsman by their spawn. Watch
He's
over the
wild.
sniper near looking at the car.
Is he friend or
And
foe?
there's an engineer behind us.
There's an engineer behind us, man.
Thank you, Pyro.
Fuck. Dude, I hate when snipers are like decent on the other team because it's just like you can't shoot anybody else but them. It is so boring, man. Like you have to sit there and wait until they shoot or like wait until you've located them to actually play the game.
I'll try getting him.
It's so boring, man.
We're doing very well, guys.
Scope sensitivity? Oh,
Oh, you're
fucking
fucking
normal.
good. At
Oh,
hitting,
no.
not at hitting a shot
Oh
specifically.
no. This medic is so good.
Yeah, it is.
TF2 sniping is just awful. It's so fundamentally flawed. It's so much better in Overwatch. It's like not even close. Oh my, please, bro. Oh. I think sniper's pretty anti-fun as well, but just because like, dude, what is this, bro?
There's
This is fucking insane.
Spy and a pyro. Good job.
Alright, one sentry down. This one is way too fucking far.
Spy.
Oh my god,
Around their
bro.
spawn.
Alright, we need to take pot shots at level 3 sentry.
You think it's less fun in Overwatch? Are you fucking crazy?
Careful. There's
It's so much better because in Overwatch you can literally run out and be a better player and instantly snipe the other sniper. In this game, if you snipe first, you literally just risk dying. Like as long as you never shoot on sniper, you can counter snipe like anybody in the game, and it's not even difficult. Oh my god. In Overwatch, you actually like the better snipers are actually sniping. Like they're running out, scoping really quickly, shooting first, and not immediately dying after they shoot.
Inside a building.
The only thing that causes you to die in that situation is you not being like fast enough to your shot, so you're standing still for too long at a time. Yeah, I agree. Jump scoping was way better because you could at least do something about it. But now it's just awful. The only way to play sniper v sniper is just to dance with one another. Just literally unscope, dance, unless you're like the best sniper ever and you never miss, because you're just making yourself... Uber, please Uber, come here, Uber, come here, come, okay. Oh my god, bro, the gun is right around the corner. How is this so difficult? It's literally here, and these people are like, what the fuck do we do? Just Uber anybody, man, and kill it. Like, what universe am I living in, man? Oh my god, it's fucking crazy.
I sapped the sentry.
Sentry sap.
Oh, I'm dead.
Good shit,
Unbelievable.
good shit.
Swing on it.
It was like the worst center spot ever, man. It was like full control. Look at this
It is
dude.
a 2 sentry and a building on the left.
Unbelievable, man.
I'll go soldier. Could use one. How the fuck did you still?
We have no sentry, we can push.
Sentry down.
Let's go.
I don't know what to do. I guess I'll just play
Damn.
sniper.
Sticky bombs. Demos to the right.
Yeah, I agree. Pubs are pretty bad, but they can be fun sometimes. I think it really depends on the map.
Sniper on the left side.
I think like maps like this are just awful. I've like never had fun in a map like this. I have a decent amount of fun in Harvest. Like Harvest, Badwater are pretty fun, and I'm on fire again. And I'm dead. The sniper looking for me. Oh, my shots aren't ringing. I don't know. Maybe.
Oh shit. Come on, buddy. You got this.
Like that in Overwatch would never happen to me. Like I would have taken a shot already, and not had to worry about like another sniper just shooting me. And the same thing happened to him. He like shot before I was even around the corner, so he's just insta dead. I don't know. It's just an awful.
Spy
It's
behind
just
us.
awful in this game.
Alright, they still haven't built on last.
I don't know. I don't know what is happening. Oh, what that player's doing. whoever scopes first, unless you're instantly hitting the headshot, loses sniper v sniper like every time. Unless you're playing like sixes and you know that there's a sniper here, so you strafe out and then it's just like whoever shoots first or whatever, which is like usually just ping.
At least we got
Unless you're on
sentry.
land and then it's
That
just
was-
like you just
Should've
lose.
warned me.
But like just the way sniping works in this game, where you just freeze after you shoot, is just dog shit. It's like so bad because it's not even relevant most of the time. I mean, it is relevant in sniper v sniper, but they make it even more relevant because you can't even shoot. You literally can't even shoot on sniper unless you know exactly where the other sniper is and you know he's not about to shoot at you. Otherwise, you just die. And like that's just bad.
Oh, that's a lot of them on the
In
right.
Overwatch, like you don't have to worry about that at all. But
Oh.
look at us. We're doing the dance. Oh my god, he got me. Widow doesn't have like that like a mobile. You shoot and you're just like standing still like this. Like you can like move so much faster after you take the shot. In this game, like you shoot and you're just like look at the delay. It's like impossible.
Damn.
So it's like most of the time, if you're like actually just trying to snipe other players, you just die every time. I've never even really been that. Oh my god, bro. I've never even really been that good at sniping in this game, though. It was never really like my thing. I guess I was like okay at shooting other players, but not. I was never really like a god counter sniper or anything.
Level 2 on the left.
I really only played sniper because the game forces you to play a class that isn't scout to get past like certain choke points.
In front of, like, the final point.
We have a teleporter over there. I wonder where that goes.
Oh, I'm dead.
We need to slow push this. Demo pushing the right.
No, I was never a good counter sniper in this, or a sniper in general in this game.
They wasted it. Yeah.
I just didn't really put that much time into it. It was really just like a class that was like pretty useless unless you were like incredibly good at it.
Yeah. Kinda tired of them. Nice, nice. There are 2 demos on the right. I just canceled the buff banner.
Oh my god, what a
There's no
legend.
sniper.
Itchy nose.
There they go killing
Look at
him.
this guy. Oh, Huntsman sniper. I lost.
Got the guy who were trying to flank you.
Uber, guys.
Alright, thank you for the fire.
On the right
One
side.
edgy
No.
down. God. Yeah, one more.
Alright, let's push right. Sentry on the back.
How is this player alive?
One more top. Just a little bit over
Okay,
here. Only
that
one
definitely
down.
didn't work.
You only have 1 left. They're gonna start building now.
I was always really good at surfing things in this game though. It's probably like one of my strongest suits on snipers. Like I was always able to surf out of danger. Just good timing, I guess. What the fuck?
Alright, boy. We have like 2 more good pushes.
Let's go,
left.
sentry down, sentry down.
Bye bye, beautiful. Don't bother to ride.
Push now. All their sentries are down.
I have no bullets. I literally have just 0 bullets.
Come on, get on it. Hop to it.
Hop to it.
Alright, they started building the sentry again.
Oh my god, man. I'm fucking on fire, bro.
Fucking sniper.
Oh my god, that snipe.
Yeah, he's
If
annoying.
Banny wanted me on Froyo, definitely not. Dude, if I wanted to play the game again, I would have played the game again. If I wanted to be on a top team again, I would have started playing again, and I would have been like on a top team of some sort. Like I'm not waiting for like Banny or something, or like some player to like give me a choice. Like
5 minutes.
if I made the announcement that I was playing this game again, and I really wanted to play and get better and compete for no reason, I would have many people asking me if they would like to make a team with me. I'm not waiting on anybody to be like,
Just slow him down.
you want to play? Like, no, I don't want to play. Calling out car senses fail song? It's a great song. I guess it's okay. Ran into a lot of engineers, so it's, you know, not the best, but. Am I looking for a hot e-girl medic? No, because I'm not, I'm not really into that. The whole,
Careful with the
categorizing people as e-girls thing.
Don't peek too much.
It's kinda yikes.
No, I mean,
Play a
just
season for fun? I mean, again, if I wanted to play a season for fun, I would have just done it. Like, I don't think it's really that fun. I've like achieved everything I've wanted to achieve in this game with the level of like talent or like whatever that's available. What am I running into? Is this a spot? Oh, that just blocks your... Dude, that's crazy. That wooden thing blocks your movement.
on the right side.
That's fucking crazy.
That's
I thought I was running into a spy, and I was like, how's that even possible? These fucking doors just opened.
Uber coming.
No, I can't.
What do I do here? There's a spy over here.
The bomb is nearing the checkpoint. Enemy has received additional.
Alright, we kinda gotta stop him right now.
Here comes the spy, just gonna stalk me the whole game. Yeah, my intro is definitely fucked. I'm shooting people like clearly. I did not know that was normal. I'm shooting people like clearly in front of me.
Watch out for spies.
I really want to go after
I
that
can
fucking
relate
sniper.
to losing interest in after winning everything you set out to win. I mean, it's just, it has nothing to do with like thinking I'm like better than people or something. It's just that like the talent level in this game really hasn't even changed. There's been just like a handful of players that have like made it to like Banny level, I guess. Dude, what are these spots? Oh my god. That's crazy.
Thank God he failed his fucking reflex.
A spy. Spy's got.
What the fuck?
Stay safe. Cover you.
Can I get a heal, please?
Let me reload. Ready when you are.
Oh, the medic's low. Kill him.
God damn it. I really need to get the panic attack back.
Did they Uber?
They did, they did.
What the fuck?
is fucking terrible.
Dude, he can see me. These fucking angles are crazy.
Oh, sniper.
Oh, the Iron Bomber is so easy
Yeah,
to
this guy's
shoot.
fucking
Way
relentless.
easier.
Oh, okay, I guess you killed him. There's another one. Huntsman, though.
I mean, I don't even think Banny's that much better, like, skill-wise than a lot of people. He just has, like, a really good skill set in this game that a lot of other people don't have, which is, like, the ability to call and talk so much while you're playing. But, like, I don't know, again, like,
Oh, Ubered, demo.
I only, like, if this game had, like, an influx of players and it was, like, just suddenly some esports capable game, which will never happen, then, like, maybe I would be interested in playing again, because then it would be like, okay, can I come back? Like, how good would I be if I came back and, like, the game was actually flooded with, like, people that put a shit ton of time in and overall just had, like, a higher, you know, like, talent pool or deeper talent pool? You know, like, how good would I be? Blah, 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 blah. Like, that's kind of cool. But considering that would, like, never happen, I'm just generally not interested. I don't know.
Holy shit, come on. We got this.
But I definitely achieved everything I could in my tenure in TF2, and anything I did from this point forward would just be a disappointment to me. So it's just pointless to even.
Oh, I guess they gotta, like, finish. No, they didn't finish.
Oh, looks like he shot somebody else. I guess I instantly got the chance to kill him. Pretty cool. Pretty cool, Valve. Pretty cool game you got there. Oh my god, man.
Totally compromised. Dead Telly.
No, I should have killed that guy. Would have been a good shot. That would have been a good eye sniper. You know?
Nice.
Well, ruthless.
Uber coming.
No way he got that first.
Got the medic. Nice stab spy.
Yeah, I mean, like, you can easily see, like, how
Got the sniper.
far behind the thinking is for, like, TF2 players, because they don't even play, like, Kovacs to warm up or, like, whatever. They're just, like, so, like, they're like dinosaurs. Out here using, like, 6-inch 360s, like, fucking not even warming up an aim trainers, just jumping around in circles on scout. And they're like, I'm goated. No, they're not, because they're too old to say that, but it's definitely a big disconnect between, like, TF2 players and, like, people playing, like, esports and stuff. No.
Demo on the left.
I'll get him. Got him.
Alright guys, 45 seconds. Good job. That sentry's down.
second.
Bowman hit the Kovacs.
Ah, like I just hit Kovacs. Poggers! Kovacs player in TF2.
Good game, guy.
Good shit, team.
Very good game. That was a tricky defense that we pulled off there.
Karaoke one. I will only do karaoke under the... I was trying to imitate my favorite singer of all time, Claudio Sanchez. That's his last name, right? I feel that with MG and DM, there are way too many new scouts coming in, and they are all the same skill level with their aim, but they're... I mean, yeah. That just, like, kind of makes sense. I think scout tends to just kind of be, like, more fun for people. And it's also just more analogous to, like, other games that are out today. Whereas, like, Soldier and Demo are like very niche. Like you really can only compare them to like games like TFC and Quake. Yeah, I mean, Scout's definitely the most straightforward class for sure. I mean, I would say that like within the context of being able to have like really good aim, Scout is probably the easiest because it's very straightforward. Both Soldier and Demo, it's like, I mean, you're hard capped by the fact that they're projectiles and they move pretty slow comparatively to like rockets and Quake and stuff. So it's like even harder to just be like super consistent. So, I mean, from like a DM standpoint, I would agree. But because the game is so like boring sometimes in because the game is so boring sometimes in scrims, your role on like Demo and like Roamer and Pocket is so like, especially Roamer, it's like so straightforward. Like the most important thing is like how you can get like your routing and your jumps and stuff down, because that's like the most important thing on Roamer. And you need good ping, yeah, that's really true. I don't think Tracer is really that fun. It's just a bunch of blink spamming and like blink meleeing. Oh, this fucking map is atrocious. Dude. Imagine what's going on in that person's head.
Heavy is falling. Got a contract for you.
Do you think that's a good analogy though? I don't really know how much I would buy into that analogy. A better analogy would be like in the NBA, before every single game and during practice, NBA players will do shoot-arounds constantly to keep their skills sharp. Whereas, you know, in TF2, no one really warms up in the same way. And likewise, those like numbers, like the amount of threes you hit or something in a row consecutively in like a shoot around, like doesn't really matter. Like I'm sure there's some like dweeb that's like just shot threes his whole life that has like that can shoot a better like that can shoot more consistent threes than like James Harden or something, but it really doesn't matter. I think that's a better analogy. Yeah, but I mean, DM is good. I would agree that DM and MG are definitely good. People definitely do it, but a lot of the time people also don't. I know I never did it at all, ever. Like, I never jumped into a DM before, like, a match when I definitely should have, but it just didn't matter because it's like, even if I was, like, not that good in the beginning of the game, I would just get good as the match continued, which is, like, only a luxury I was able to have because there's, like, no competition in the game, and it was, like, just so easy to win, frankly. At a certain point in the game, it was, like, so easy to win. Especially, like, your everyday, like, average regular season game, it was so easy to win. It only got, like, somewhat difficult once you got to, like, playoffs or something. So humble. Yeah. What can I say? Well, right, but you choose Kovac scenarios that are very similar to like the game that you're trying to play. Like, I agree with you that DM and MG is a more one-to-one example, but for the sake of arguing the benefit of Kovacs, like, obviously, like, DM and MG are going to be very valuable if you can DM all day long constantly, but that's not really, like, you're getting like way more consistent or way less like impeded practice by just loading up like a scenario you can do on your own. Whereas in DM and MG, you need other people to do that. Steph Curry doesn't need somebody else other than like a trainer to throw him the ball if he wants to practice like a corner three 100 times in a row.
Mission begins in 30 seconds.
Like, weight training is like whatever. Like, I don't really think that's the same thing. Like, there's no amount of like in an ideal world where you're playing, like, if you could play Kovacs, if there were another 24 hours of Kovacs in the day and you could play that 24 hours of Kovacs with no, you know, like, wrist pain or something, that's just like a straight benefit. That's not the same thing with like weight training and like playing sports, because there is a certain threshold where like you are, I'm just not gonna get Ubered. There's just a certain threshold where you're too like muscular and it's pointless. That player was really just Ubered a pyro out of the door. I can't even get heals on heavy. It's fucking crazy. Why are you asking me how to improve on Soldier? Good eye, a sniper. Ooh.
Sniper, calling. You got time to look into something for me?
I thought that would be a headshot. I'm shocked. I, for one, personally, am shocked to see a sentry gun up at that part in the map. Is God real? No. Is Quake Live really my go-to game? I think Quake was just a way, like, because it has a dedicated tracking weapon, it's easier to just rely on that to work on, like, tracking things and shooting them. Whereas this game doesn't really have a dedicated one unless you consider Heavy to be, like, dude, for the love of fucking God, man. Oh my God. No, I think The Suffering is the best Coheed song. Or This Suffering or something. Like Enter. Yeah, no, I think it is called The Suffering. Dude, where is the spy, man? The spies are so obnoxious.
Medic behind you. Oh shit.
Oh, I shot. Man, that was my mistake. I should have hit the shot. Yeah, I think The Suffering is my favorite song. I don't really like that guy's voice though. I'm not a big fan. I tend to not really like them that much. Oh my god, he's so fucking bad. I have no idea how I have closed captions. They're just there. But yeah, I don't know. My favorite artist? I have no idea. I can't really pick a favorite artist. I don't know how people can even do that.
Charges would be nice.
Like, I like so many bands. Like, even just like normie bands. Or not normie bands, but more normie bands than like the punk stuff I listen to. But I still wouldn't be able to choose like one that I would consider to be like my favorite or something. Like, I like the Strokes a lot, but I wouldn't say that they're like my favorite artist. He is alive. What? Oh, my thing does like less damage, right? In stock or something?
Sentry's up the stairs.
And I can't kill him because I'm getting shot by a mini sentry. What's up, Gav?
Sentry upstairs down. There are two snipers looking at the
Yeah, I agree that music's very mood dependent. Like, I go through like phases so much just depending on my overall mood that month or week or whatever. Dude, Pub Heavy's just, look at this Heavy's movement. He's just an absolute god. Like, how do I even hit that? Impossible. This sniper has 230 ping. How am I supposed to win that?
Ubered Heavy coming in.
Good eye, sniper.
Falling here. I need a professional on this one, sniper.
And there are a lot of like post-hardcore punk bands that I like a lot, but I wouldn't consider them to be like in my favorites of artists because they're so like, most of them just don't even exist anymore. And if they do, they just have like boring music
That's
now.
a
It's
really
like
good
not,
minigun name.
it's like an attempt at mainstream music while, you know, not being quite as good as like mainstream music, so I don't know. Imagine like if that still exists. Yeah, I feel you on that. I don't really like any of Kanye's songs outside of like Late Registration, College Dropout. I think they're like his best work by far. Dude, how is this Pyro alive?
Watch out for this
Different universe? Perhaps? We're just playing a different game. Slow Jams is really good. I think one of my favorite Kanye songs is Family Business. Like the beat is so good. It's like a sick song. It has like really good lyrics that actually like mean something. Unlike, you know, his lyrics nowadays, it's talking about like
Let's go.
bleached assholes and stuff. Dude, what the fuck is going on?
I used that, never mind.
You like My Bad Dark Twisted Fantasy? That was okay. I think that was really like the downfall. Like, I think the album itself was good, but everything after that album was not, like, I didn't like any of this shit, really. Like, he had, like, really good, honestly, like, you know, like, the poopity scoop, like, Kanye meme? Like, I feel like, I low-key think that that's, like, every song that he's ever made recently. Where, like, the beat is so good, but then, like, his lyrics, even if they're not literally poop scoop, they might as fucking well be, because they're just dog shit. And it's hard for me to, like, listen to that, to like bad lyrics. Like if they're not trying to like say anything, dude. I don't really like No More Parties in LA. I think it's okay. I guess it's one of like his better songs that isn't like, you know, like dumb lyrics, but I don't think I ever really liked the beat that much on that song. Like Late Registration, College Dropout, like hit different. Like just like so many songs on those albums that are like very like they're very good songs. They all say something. They all have like value to like
They got a level 3.
what he's saying. Like even songs like All Falls Down or whatever is a really good song. Like it has like a lot of meaning behind it. It's very true. It's like politically charged. It has like American football is sick. I love American football. That album is like one of the best of all time.
Sniper's left side.
Oh man, look at this spee. Oh, look at this spee. So many spies, man. They're so good.
Oh, heavy meta coming.
How do they do it?
Or not.
Push.
Let's go, I'll get up top. Oh, nice job, Spy.
Dude, look at these spies, man. It's so weird. They were playing a different game. I don't know.
Good shit.
Yeah, I agree with that, Dark Lighter.
Sniper is calling.
Well, I play on Faceit. Then we have Uncletopia, Alice, and many other server.
Mission begins in 60 seconds.
Oh. Because I think it's a good thing for the game. A Cardi stream? I mean, I do love wet ass pussy, but I like it for how triggered it makes like random fucking conservative losers like Ben Shapiro. So I think that song has a lot of value. It's fucking sick. Oh, Cardi B. Playboy Cardi. Sorry, I'm not thinking at all about. I'm like fucking.
Fuck. Asshole.
I don't really listen to Playboy Cardi. I just read Cardi and then my brain auto completed Cardi B.
10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
We got a spy. Oh well, I.
How do I go to the spot?
They got a short
This is the
second,
sniper
G.
spot, right? Okay. I'm not supposed to use a punk for that? I agree.
Get him, Pyro.
No!
I can make that shit.
That, in a pub there, I would have swung first and I would have gotten a crit. Yeah, To Pimp a Butterfly was a really good album. I think Kendrick in general has put out pretty solid
I got 2
shit.
snipers now.
Like no matter what era of Kendrick you're listening to, which is pretty refreshing, I'd say.
Uber incoming.
Oh, I'm dead. I mean, I don't really know how it would be toxic. I mean, I'm sure people like maybe like over text chat are kind of toxic. I've never really ran into people on voice chat that are like that toxic. I think it's so hard to be like pointedly toxic in a 12v12 environment. Like there's just too much shit going on. You have like no idea who's dropping the ball really, other than like looking at the scoreboard, which is like, I don't know, it's definitely possible, but I've just noticed it a lot less in like TF2 pubs. Like I never really see anybody get like bullied in TF2 pubs for like not being a good player or whatever. And I don't think that's really changed much. Aw. Mm-hmm. Dude, please, for the love of God. For the love of God that I do not have, please. No. Yeah, I mean, I've definitely killed a friendly or two for sure. I can get up on multiple. This platform?
Calling. You got time to look into something for me?
Oh, like this platform. This platform? Or that one? Where am I going? That's definitely going backwards. Isn't this unbelievable? It's just zero awareness. It's so funny. Yeah, I mean, medics being bad and people getting mad about that is just sort of like shitty game design. You could definitely like blame people for it, but it's sort of like an Overwatch line of thinking where like people get mad at Mercy because the Mercy dies or like doesn't heal you fast enough or whatever, and it's like, yeah, well, the game design is extremely stupid. Like the fact that you need this player to be like pumping you with heals constantly to live is just so much pressure for no reason. No, the scout is a legend. Calling out cause we got another victim. My love has become an affliction. Zero hits? Question mark? Not a headshot? Question. Do I like electronic music? I used to be pretty big into like just house music in general, but I really haven't listened to much house music recently. I have a friend from like high school, middle school, who is like a pretty successful like just developer now, or you know like he just is a programmer. But he really got me into, I would say, like electronic music. He was really into Daft Punk back then, and he made like a music blog for it. And then like through just listening to Daft Punk as no feed. That's how I got into like most of my my interest in that type of music. But I haven't really listened much recently. I used to listen to things like Miramasa, Madion, Lemaitre, Daft Punk, Flume. Aphex Twin is okay. Chemical Brothers I used to listen to. It's very hit or miss for me though, electronic music. I think there are like some like legendarily bad songs on some like electronic albums. Oh no. Pretty Lights I used to listen to, yeah. I haven't listened to Lemon forever. Or him, I suppose. I think it's one person, right? I used to listen to The Prodigy as well, back in early TF2. do this course with a professional electronic producer, and we made music. His major to Apex Twin. John Hopkins project. That's pretty cool. I think like people, like musicians and like producers and like sound engineers and all that shit, like it's super interesting and really like impressive as like a career choice. I took a singing class for fun recently, like course I guess. It wasn't really like a learn to sing course, although I suppose it was, but it was mainly just like you had to like do a lot of like mimicking of different artists and stuff, and like just do a bunch of like pauses of different songs and like see if you can like incorporate like their breath control and like their like timbre and stuff like that and whatever, with like some emphasis on teaching people who like can't hold a note, you know, like how to sing, but a lot of that was really done more as like a peer thing. Regardless, the guy that I did the course with is like really like he's like a vocal trainer for like you know, just like different pop artists, and it's just really interesting like the amount of knowledge that you have and like how it's like just like a real job that people can have, that like they've just been into like, you know, music and singing or whatever else their whole lives, and they're just like absolute gods of music and singing and stuff. It's really cool. The cart was fine, guys. What are you talking about? Yeah, Ableton's pretty big. Yeah, that's cool. I mean, it's definitely super interesting and way different from like back in the day. Like, even I remember when I was like a teenager and I was like getting into like music and stuff. I took guitar lessons for a little bit, and I just wound up like giving up on it. And it's like it's such a different vibe, and compared to like nowadays, where like you really don't, like, if you have like if you have musical talent in general, you can really not even have to worry about like whether you can play, you know, like Sweet Child of Mine on, is he up there on like guitar or something, you know, like you can just find a way to produce your own music as long as you like have, you know, interesting ideas and you're a creative person and you want to make music. And I think that's really cool. It's like always cool to be able to it's always really cool to be able to include as many people as possible in like making different forms of art. There are apparently a lot of spies in this, huh? Nobody's liking the spies. That was fun. What benefit do faceit pubs provide over regular pubs? So regular pubs in TF2 are like just probably for like a couple of years now have just gone down the drain. Like they're just infested with bots, like just not even just bots, like bot networks, like just infested with them, just joining with the same name or the same premise, being like racist or like whatever else. And they're all hacking, obviously. So there's that. And then there's just like shit like crits and, you know, non-standardized shotgun spread and stuff like that in regular TF2 pubs, and faceit pubs have no crits and just standardized shotgun spread, no, you know, botnets and stuff. But like it's really recent. I think like just a few days ago is when they ran like their own like kind of closed-ish beta of it, and now I think it's finally open so anybody can play it. But I mean, it seems to be relatively popular, and that's really just a testament to how awful the pubs are, like just Valve matchmaking pubs are. Yeah, guitar is very difficult to learn. I always kind of want to learn how to play keyboard, or piano or keyboard. I kind of wish I had taken an interest to that more than guitar when I was younger, because I think guitar is really cool, but I think there's like a simplicity to learning how to play piano. Teaches you a lot about music in general.
Heads up, sniper. I've got work.
Subdual.
Okay, this has to work now. Is this good?
Yo, we're on the same team again. What's up?
Yeah, does it sound good?
I actually used to love guitar, Tim, until you told me you liked guitar, and then I
Great.
really just started disliking it. Yeah, I mean, it really is, like, you get more into guitar as a kid because, at least, like, in our generation, it'll probably be different. Probably even now, honestly, because of how popular, like, electronic music is and being able to produce music without... What the fuck is this? Without having to worry about playing an instrument. But, I mean, you know, anybody who grew up around the time when guitars were hot shit, it was like obvious why they were hot shit. It was, you know, like punk bands were hot shit. Your parents were probably boomers, so they like listened to like, you know, Led Zeppelin and fucking whatever else, you know, Van Halen, and like you got like a lot of your interests based off of that. All my trees are... Oh yeah, you're totally right. What the fuck? Why am I rejoining? What's happening?
Mission begins in 10 seconds.
What the fuck? It's like I'm cheating.
Alright, bro, let's do this.
Alright, let's fucking go.
I don't know, I'm cheating. Apparently I'm cheating. And I'm running the AC, I'm pretty sure, so. Yeah, I can see people through them, I think. It's like I'm literally walling.
What's up, gamers?
What up, gamer?
My HUD removed all the trees. Well, I played this map before, and it was fine.
Mission begins in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2.
Alright, let's fucking go.
Let's fucking go.
Let's go, boy.
You said it, man.
I'm just running into shit, man.
There's a spy on the right side of this one.
Keep quiet, nothing comes as easy as you can lay in your bed all day. What the fuck, man? Give me your best kept secret and your biggest mistake. Every day.
Farm these motherfuckers, let's go!
Bro, we're doing good. We're killing him.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Booty, hell yeah.
What the fuck?
Hell yeah.
spy around here?
I think Scout is a spy. No. Byron, medic incoming.
The first point in 1 minute. Nice boys, nice boys.
We're doing well, we're doing well.
We got this, brothers.
I don't know where any of the health packs are.
Watch for that sniper at the end of the tunnel.
Oh, that's cool.
Come on, Yummy, let's go.
Oh, it's Rikachu.
Dead ringer.
Oh, I can circumvent the move speed nerf
Yeah,
and
it's
bonk
all-
by
all
staying in the
fine.
movement keeps perpendicular to the direction I'm trying to go. That's interesting.
Calling. Don't talk, just listen. I've got a job.
So I can just spam AD when I'm trying to move forward and it fixes it? Interesting.
Spy? Is that a spy? No.
That seems broken. That seems a little bit broken.
Let's go, boys, let's go.
90%.
No, I need tracers. I don't know where I'm shooting. Dude, please. Just one. Oh my god, I'll heal so fast. Oh, quick fix, man. Why do pubbers use quick fix? Don't they understand that it's awful?
3 minutes for 3 points? 1 minute for points? Come on, boys. Take it easy, boys.
They're protecting the final stretch, be careful. They have level 3 sentries.
Spy
On the left side.
Thank you. Well, you failed, but thank you.
Fail, but thank you.
Yeah.
Is there a box there I'm missing too? Like, what am I running into?
Come on, guys. Fall back, fall back.
Oh shit, you Uber me. It's quick fix, man. What is happening? Why do they do this, dude?
At the very least, the two guys got out of there alive.
Ruski?
No.
Oh no.
Oh, the fucking
You look so good in blue.
my soul, dude.
You look so good in blue.
I got hit by a fucking Yarate, and just when it was about to wear off, I immediately got hit by 2 stickies.
Yeah, me too.
Oh,
Me
rest in
too.
peace, brother.
That's so unlucky for that guy. Because at Spy, I have no idea how much damage I'm doing, so I just assumed that last shot would, like... God damn it. These are faceit pubs. Yeah, I know. I just didn't feel like typing it in. What's up, nieces?
Rip. Rip to back. Stop. Okay. Oops. Don't go there.
90%. Let's push solid.
No. Seeing frag video 1.
Spy?
Sentry down.
That's what I used to do back on Bro. I used to fucking
Spy?
annihilate Sizer and sing about it the whole time.
Thank you. I'm about to die. I need to get back.
Come on, get in.
Sorry.
He is definitely still alive, huh?
Let's try to cap it. Just a little bit more. Yeah, thank you.
Turn like that ringer, guys. Be careful.
I'm fucking dead. How the fuck am I still alive? Oh my god.
Yeah, Hyperscape is pretty sick. It's unfortunate.
Okay, now we're going to pop it.
Oops.
What? Where did that spike come from?
I'm at a payphone.
Level 300 over there.
Come on. We have to
I
make a
need
final
to push
push, guys.
back. I'm sorry. I really need to help myself. Thank you, Mayor. Careful, Folia. Careful, Scout.
Justin, clear comms.
Thank you.
Clear comms, boys. Clear comms.
My god, that pyro. I'm about to.
Justin, clear comms.
Oh, I'm about to die, boy.
Crap.
I'm about to die, medic. Thank you.
Yeah, that's cool. Okay, I guess I'll have to go demo.
Demo is calling.
Yeah, Hyperscape is really, really fun. It's weird. It's like they were planning on putting a lot of time into like the lore and the looks of the game, but they never actually did it. Like the game came out like Sombra's thing, you know, where it was like there's a disturbance and like the
Guards rolling back, guys.
dude, for the love of God.
Damn it.
I wonder if I will be able to get Ubered. This is the quick fix medic? Cool.
Fuck.
Oh, I'm falling back.
No, push your car,
Smash.
Careful, Angie. Push.
Stay in the car.
We gotta push.
Come on, Yami, get a monkey there.
Help. Oh, thank you.
Everybody
Oh my
push,
god, oh my
push,
god, oh my
push,
god, oh my
push.
god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god,
Push
oh
it,
my
push
god,
it.
oh
Come
my
on,
god.
boys. Come on, boys.
Dude, this spy is the world's biggest loser. His avatar is spy.
That was pretty good.
9 minutes. We're gonna have to fucking.
Why am I gonna turn around? We're capping the point.
Hey.
We're capping the point and he's backstabbing somebody walking out of spawn. The fuck would I turn around?
Any demo or something?
What's the point of that?
We just want to get to the gates.
Yeah,
Unbelievable.
fine with
Okay.
that streak.
Okay, wait for me. Stop it, guys, wait for me. You want Chris Creek?
Oh shit.
Where are you, brother?
I'm going.
Here it comes.
Overwatch has a TFG spy class called Sombra.
I mean, Chris Creek.
No.
That's okay.
We'll save that.
Unsurprisingly, they quite literally took every class in TF2 and made it into a hero.
Alright, I'll fall back.
Okay.
Mission begins in 10 seconds.
You're leading the push. Be careful.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Alright, boys, here we go. Let's do it. Let's stop him.
Yeah.
I can show you the world. Please just give me a buff. That's all I want.
No, bicep behind you. Oh no.
My medics are so clueless that I thought that spy was absolutely one of our medics.
Let's go, Yummy.
Oh no. Hawk tap SFM, thanks for the sub, dude. Yeah, May I would say is Pyro.
Please, please, Yule. Oh god, please, behind you.
Oh
behind you.
god, I'm not paying attention. I forgot that I was on red. Am I still involved in Overwatch now? I haven't even, like, I've only started recently hubbing Overwatch with the Shrugger, but I uninstalled it because I needed room for other games.
Be really defensive, but a lot of us are dead. Like, half
But
the
I
team's
haven't
dead.
done anything Overwatch related in years, which I would say pretty happy for. I don't really enjoy that game or like the Overwatch League at all.
Oh my god, I'm about to die. I'm fucking dead.
Oh my god, I'm dead.
Uh-oh.
You don't have medics and your team is going to die.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I'm going to
Fall back, everyone, fall back. Get to the point.
Yes, there is a mini sentry there.
Run, medic, run.
Thank you.
Oh god.
Defend the cars, guys. They're trying to poke it.
Careful, careful, careful.
Defend the card.
It's okay if they cap the
Yeah,
first
we're
point.
fine,
It's
we're
okay.
fine. We never stand free.
Don't let them cap just yet. Don't let them cap just yet. We have some time.
Oh, he was dead! He was dead.
The guard is moving backwards.
Dante was angry with me? What was Dante angry with me about?
Spy.
We're doing good, boys. We're doing good.
There's a spy behind us. Be careful, guys.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't play the game enough.
I got the
That was season 1 though. I wasn't
Don't
even.
push up too much. Don't push up too much.
We were on, when we were on the same team, I
We're
was
losing lots of people now.
just coaching.
Nice shot, brother. Nice shot again. Whoa.
Get the third. You're over here. Nice.
Yeah, I was coach only the entire time, season 2.
Alright, we got 6 minutes. That's a spy.
We got
That's a
this.
spy.
We got this.
Oh my fucking god,
Oh my
this
god,
game
so
is
final.
crazy,
Okay,
bro.
I'm fucking dead.
Spy down. Fuck me, I'm down.
I don't know, I think my hands were pretty tied season 2. I mean, I definitely could have done a better job, everyone like could have done a better job, but I don't think I... The most I could have done was step up to do things that other people weren't doing, which I didn't really do that often, and I could have done. But, I mean, I was just the assistant coach of the team.
Go.
Oh no, careful, creeps. Medic.
No.
Keep watching point.
These guys are so funny. They are so fucking hyped to win this game.
Yeah, guys, we're doing great. Keep it up.
Come on, Yami, come on. Get back in.
Oh no, I forgot where this thing was.
Nice.
my god, no.
Ready to charge, let's go, Jam.
Need ammo.
Okay, okay, follow you.
There's ammo.
Why did you hit
You've been tripping around uptown. You're so fast as a cloud.
Fuck me.
Rikachu is just too good.
You know, team never.
That spy is really good.
Spy check.
Spy scout.
It's the strongest in a comp setting. That's true.
Yeah, spy scout. Okay,
Spy scout.
Kill him. Nice.
Dude, I'm just getting hit with random rockets. That's crazy. What is this player shooting at that I could get hit by that rocket? I wasn't even out of spawn yet. He's just a visionary. I love, like, pubbers always just shoot rockets, like, parallel to the ground. Oh my god, what a stupid weapon. Like, all of the rockets they shoot, instead of being at the feet or something to prop somebody up, they just shoot it, like,
I'm sorry.
180
I should
degrees,
relay that, I'm
like,
sorry.
straight out of their gun.
I can hear you.
Yeah, exactly. They see you on their screen and they just shoot the rocket. They want the rocket to, like, never reach the ground.
Boys, we got this. We're crushing them right now. This is good. 3 minutes to get 3 points?
3 minutes
I don't
to
know,
get 3
man.
points? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Oh my god, we're counting our blessings. Or counting our chickens, I should say.
Let's go, Yummy. Let's go.
Use it.
Oh my god, I'm dead.
Got him.
Nice.
That was just been useless.
Yeah. I'll totally join your new open team. I actually had a lot of people in my stream, like, I don't know,
Spy behind you guys. Spy.
maybe their intentions are pure and they're just trying to help, but they're like,
Got him.
you could always play casually again, or you could always, like, play comp for fun again. Like, would you play if Bandy wanted you to play again? Like, as if I've been waiting for, like, an invitation to play the game again or something. How in the world is that guy ready for that angle? Is this Sen? Like, actual Sen. Why does the fucking spec look so shit on Sniper? Like, their dot is nowhere near
Oh my god. I almost fell
what
off.
they're looking at on the screen.
Spy.
Oh. What the fuck? You've been dripping around uptown. Oh, some fancy clown. Oh no.
Motherfucking scout actually got away with it.
Rikachu needs to stop.
Bino, behind you.
Yeah, that guy stopped moving just the type we lost. Time to Gonga.
Good job, boys.
Maybe a bunch of other people will join in though. That would be pretty pog. If a bunch of people joined in, that would be pog.
Behind you. I need banana.
I need banana.
Like, imagine if we set the record for longest conga ever in TF2. Like, how fucking poggers that would be.
I'm going to fucking die.
They ain't winning this shit.
Good job, boys.
Hell
Good job.
yeah. We did it great.
Fantastic job, guys.
Oh, this guy said he's been. In what way is that a steamroll? That doesn't feel like a steamroll. I wouldn't quantify that as a steamroll, or qualify that as a steamroll.
You're in good hands, bro. You did well.
They got like halfway through the map at least. You some fun. Yeah, I don't know. My teams are just always so sweaty. It's just not fair. I'm just sweating so hard. Good luck. Yeah, this is the peach head. Marquise, what kind of music did you listen to? You said that you were not, you couldn't relate with any of our music. How come? You don't like Taking Back Sunday? What's wrong with you? You've never heard of any of these bands but Coheed. I guess that's... I mean, Coheed's probably the most popular band that makes even, like, similar music. Yeah, Brandy is okay. There are a lot of bands where, like, I only really listen to, like... They either only have, like, one album that I like, or they only literally have one album. Like, I think Broadway is a good example of that. Like, I liked the only album they had out. And, like, that was it. Same goes for, Lower Definition. Just a bunch of, like, punk bands that only had, like, one album, or only one good album. But yeah, I mean, I would say Coheed's probably the most popular band that's even, like, within the same vein. But, I don't know. Coheed, like, kind of feels, like, very pretentious to me. Which is maybe just... Like, maybe that's just me. But it feels like... I feel that way with a lot of, like, prog rock. You know? Like, it just seems very, like... Not that the music itself is trying to be pretentious, but the fans of the music always seem to be really pretentious. It's the same with, like, the Mars Volta. I would say it's especially the same with the Mars Volta, because they're, like... At least Coheed has, like, some bangers. I'm not throwing shade. Banny actually, I think, started listening to a lot of different types of music. I might be wrong on that, though. But that just seems to be the case, like, whenever I've been on, like, Reddit. For, like, any band like that, it seems like the fans are just very, like... I don't know, it's like a cult following of, like, pretentious, like, music listeners. Did I try Cyberpunk? No. That game was shit. I don't really like buying games like that because I feel like they're always just very misleading. Like, as soon as a game is going to be on that, like, Crobecats channel on YouTube, I refuse to buy it. And I absolutely knew that game was going to be on that guy's channel, so I was like, I'm not going to play that shit. It's like buying Fallout 3. Like, you know you're just gonna get a horribly like misled experience. Or Fallout 4 or some shit.
Tú sácate a la verga. ¿Crees que no
I
te
kind of like
entiendo?
brand new.
Oh no. Me estás maldiciendo, por favor.
No te creas, no te creas. ¿Qué onda, vato? ¿Cómo estás?
Bien, bastante.
Spotify kind of does that to me,
¿Estás emocionado?
or does that for me with who you listen to or whatever. I have like a very eclectic group of artists that I listen to. Like Stardew Valley was one of my most played artists.
¿Cómo me harán visible con el empresario?
I mean, we're in the U.S. server, I can tell from my ping.
It's mainly just that like
I just
like bugs are pretty unacceptable, but my biggest issue with like games, I mean obviously bugs are gonna happen, but like game breaking bugs are just like ridiculous for games that are like priced at like $50-$60. But my biggest issue with games like that is just that like it's really only like it's the same formula every time. It's like
I am sorry that I'm Mexican too, don't worry.
the game gains some sort of popularity like through the grapevine or whatever. It's like, oh, highly anticipated game. The developers just like lie about like everything that the game does and like everything that their like AI does and all the features that the game has. People just pre-order it because like why would you not? Because it sounds like the sickest game ever. And then the game is just like nothing like what you wanted it to be.
What's the strategy besides
It's like the same shit that Bethesda does with like all of their games, like all of their Skyrim or like Elder Scrolls games. They're just like, yeah, our AI is like the smartest shit you'll ever see in your life. This game's gonna be fantastic. And then like you play Skyrim and you're like the literal jarl of the fucking of the city or whatever, and like you pickpocket somebody, and then next time you visit the city, like you have this like bounty on your head that people somehow know you pickpocketed, and the guards just arrest you like they would any other normal person, and they don't even like comment on the fact that you're like the fucking jarl of their city. It's so stupid. Like just really basic misleading shit that like ruins the immersion, and they just don't care because they got their money.
how much skill the other team has, but I feel confident in us.
I felt very confident in us.
Yeah, Final Fantasy VII Remake I haven't played yet, but I will play it when it comes to PC for sure. A living, breathing environment, radiant AI. It's just like the biggest lie ever, every time.
Alright, let's do it. I'll wait for a bit before going out.
Yeah, it's how sweet little lies. Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies.
Ubercharge, I think, okay.
Oh no, no, I can't.
If I close my eyes, they won't touch me. 3, 2, 1.
There's a sentry at the end of the tunnel.
Oh, easy.
Wow.
The engineer seems very...
I'm sure. I mean, I don't think Diablo could really be that bad. Like really, the worst. Ran over his fucking sentry gun. The worst thing they can do with that game is try to change anything, because I feel like it's pretty unanimous that like Blizzard's older games are like they're gems, you know? Dude, I cannot believe I died to that. I can't play this fucking class. I need to play Sniper. It's too hard. Yeah, I'm sure Diablo 2 will be good. The remake will be fine.
The sentry is going to be down very soon.
Dude, what? Did that guy call his preemptive kill on the sentry? It's so cocky.
That was the sentry made by the dude in
Their sentry's down again.
I would like a heal.
Why is nobody pushing the car, guys?
I'm trying. I just switched off spy.
I would like a heal.
Oh, we better watch out. They have like a fucking good scout.
I would like a
This
heal.
scout's really good, dude. The still guy?
I would love a heal. We don't have a
Yeah,
medic.
he's fucking
No,
good.
it's in chaos right now.
This is where our medic has been the whole time, by the way. Instead of like here, like healing our players, like trying to push the high ground, he's just.
He just want medics, so at least one more medic if anyone wants.
Dude, we can definitely push this.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god.
They have a level 2 now.
This shit is so impossible. These people cannot kill sentry guns.
They also have a tower. Yeah, they have a long
Bad
tower.
spot for a sentry.
Yeah, but we need to hurry up.
I really want to do something with this, but I know I can't contest the sentry.
Oh my god, that scout is really good.
He's so good, dude.
Oh, those are crits.
Dude, please heal me. Please, I beg.
Please don't be a sentry over here. Please don't be a
Oh
sentry
man.
over here.
Are we not gonna be? Are we really gonna have the first
all
points? Come
running
on,
away.
boys. Come on, boys. Here we go.
They just all ran away.
We got this.
There's
Oh
a
my god, we
sniper
did it.
behind
Boys,
us,
good
by
job.
the way, just saying.
Let's take top. Let's take top. Fire,
Oh, I
fire,
killed the
let's take
spy.
top.
That's funny.
Yeah, you guys should take top very quickly.
I'm switching to spy because I'm much better as a spy than a pyro. We already have a pyro.
I'm shit at spy now and I'm a spy main.
I'm not a spy main, but
Yeah, they were waiting on
probably
for them.
best.
I have 6k hours in this fucking class.
We got top, guys. We'll cover you from here.
That's what happens when you don't
No.
play for like a fucking month and you forget everything about spy.
Oh my god, that sniper got me so good.
Are there drops here? No. Do you need drops in this? Doesn't everybody have access to those now? Or is it like people get faceit points or some shit?
This
I'm gonna
scout
teleport him, and you.
can maneuver like a motherfucker.
Fancy, right?
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
this scout hits really hard, dude.
Better than have low expectations. So yeah, I mean, I agree with that. I don't really play many like single player games anymore.
Almost 20,000.
I agree that it's like more like the age of like indie games at this point. Like I'd much rather play like Celeste than like pretty much any mainstream game that comes out because it's always disappointing.
Yeah, this dude has 10k hours.
Yeah, I saw people had drops in their name or whatever, but I was confused because I thought that it was like for beta access, but then like everybody has it now, obviously.
Let's go, Yummy.
So yeah, it's probably faceit points or something.
Let's go, Yummy.
I'm just getting shot by this guy. Like, imagine being this person. What is going on? It's so weird. These games are so weird, man. These people just think of them completely differently from me.
That room, but I didn't see the other one.
Yeah, I got it.
But yeah, like Celeste was one of my favorite games of the year. Dude, how does he get that? It definitely has to be my intern. Because it did not look like he was on that health pack at all before I shot him. Like he was in midair still when I body shot him.
Spy scout behind us right there.
Celeste is so good. It's so good for so many reasons. Like it's just a good like storytelling game. It's just like good from a casual aspect if you just want to like chill and play it. But it's really, really good as well if you're like super into platformers and you like really difficult mechanical platformers. It's like definitely one of like the harder games I've played in my life. And the music, the soundtrack is like so fucking good in Celeste.
Let's go. Let's go.
The composer for that has like her own like Spotify, and like I think she makes like a bunch of soundtracks for different games, but she also just makes like music in general, I think.
Come on, man.
Don't disrespect me like that.
Around the exact moment. That hurts. Whatever, I'm still gonna scram.
Fall back, fall back, fall back. I can keep healing you there.
Thanks, man.
Let's go, boys. Let's go, boys. Let's go, boys.
The Zender's on the right side. The Zender's on the right
Crit
side.
soldier, crit soldier.
Probably gonna get backstabbed or something.
Med's down.
Oh, and also what's Remnant was a really good game as well. That like came out of nowhere. Like I hadn't even heard of its production, and like one day like me, Boink, and Flame were just playing it. Like I didn't even know it was a thing, and it was one of the best games I played like in the past 2 years.
Sniper is calling. You got time to look into something for me?
No, I haven't really tried competitive in this game. I don't really know like where to get started. Oh, he's still, of course, he's still there, dude.
Don't die, don't die, don't die.
Any game that takes fun away from Destiny 2. I never really liked Destiny 2. It's like it's too grindy in a way that I don't enjoy. I don't really mind necessarily grinding games like that. Like I think Diablo type games are really fun, but I don't like for them to be FPSs unless they're like difficult. Like I don't know, Destiny like wasn't fun because like
There is no sentry.
the AI just stands still. Man.
On the window! On the window!
Like playing Destiny was sort of like a thing where if you were under leveled, you would just die all the fucking time, and there's nothing you could really do to avoid it, because like it's not like you couldn't hit the AI that was killing you. It's just that they were literally like invincible, and then if you were overpowered, you were just fucking rolling like super hard. Jesus, what the fuck? Like swallowed my spit wrong. It wasn't like Borderlands where like you can shoot like those racks or whatever that like fly through the air like crazy. Like even just like the maniacs that run at you on fire or whatever in Borderlands are way more like involved than like Destiny AI. So in general, I was just like super not into that shit.
The scout switched to the soldier, by the way.
Keep pushing, guys, keep pushing!
Oh, there's two sentries.
They have two
Oh, great, he got a sentry again.
Yeah, so they have one underneath map room and then one in Red Valley.
I can't even sap it because he's standing in the toilet facing the open air. I can't do anything.
Yeah, I can't do. Okay, well the underneath map room sentry is down.
Yeah, Borderlands 3 was also really bad, I thought.
It's down.
Messenger down.
They're
They
What a
pushing with
loser.
crits
Fresher.
crits that soldier again. Come on, boys, so close. Yes.
Look at Red Vertigo. Oh my goodness.
Nice shot.
Yes, there we go.
I don't know if people do it with video games. You play a game you really like, it's always good bet to look at the studio directors, yeah. For sure. I don't do that either, but I just happen to like find that to be true.
Hey, I'm the spy too. What do you know?
Yo, that's nothing.
Yeah, of course.
guys
Of course.
think,
Of course we
Do I
have
go make a
gamer
steak and
content.
cheese quesadilla? Quesadilla?
Well, more or less on the other team.
Only if you replace it with Beyond Meat. What's
Hey,
up,
we have a
Timothy?
bot.
This is the Sure
It doesn't really matter. Like, one or two
MV
people
something.
leave, and
It's like their most popular podcast mic.
Bots aren't
MV7, I think.
they're just almost.
they're
It was
pretty-
like,
kinda good actually. Like sniper bots are kinda good.
it was like 200 or
These guys are
something.
pretty- the bots are really
It's
good.
SHURE.
Actually, surprisingly not bad.
They literally use
SHURE,
Yeah, right.
and then I think it was the MV7. It was something like $200, I think. It was like on sale when I bought it.
They have somewhat of game sense. That's
Or it had
the
like some
fucking
type
point.
of deal going.
It would be hilarious if Valve pushed out some kind of botched anti-cheat update and inadvertently like banned all their single.
I mean,
bots on
it's really not in the way if you get one of those things, the attachments to the desk. I didn't get that for no reason at all whatsoever. Like, I should definitely have one. If you have one of those arms that you just like bolt to your desk, it is like never in the way really. And all like the good mics are like compatible with that.
It's all already detected. All of it's already detected. It's just straight up Valve has to patch an update to VAC so that literally every single person gets banned that has used it.
It's interesting, huh?
You could call it that. I don't like how
Okay, they're pushing
Here's the
to the
thing about
This
VAC,
medic is
it's
just too
more or
good.
less like
Dope.
it updates itself while also needing like support obviously. But in order
Yeah, it's the
for it
MV7.
to basically do like another
Nice kill
ban
streak.
wave, Valve needs
I
to
hated
deal with it.
mod mics. Like, they were so bad. Every time I ever used a mod mic or like any type of like budget mic, it was always so bad for me. Maybe I just have like a voice that is especially susceptible to like bad mics or something, but I felt like every single time I bought like a budget mic, it was just fucking awful. And everybody that like ever talked to me like in a channel in like Discord or whatever was like, your mic is fucking dog shit. And I was like, it's really not that bad. Like, it wasn't ever like a $10 mic. It was like, you know, it was only like not a $200 mic or whatever, but it wasn't
Are they pushing the card even? They're already pushing.
super cheap.
Oh, no, they are.
And like there were definitely like a lot of other people that used the same mic that I did, but I sounded like especially bad on it or something. The fuck? Oh my god, man, that missed. I can't hit anything on defense.
Oh, Ryman, why?
Nice shot, pigeon cakes.
You shouldn't have trusted me. You shouldn't have trusted me.
Oh, on top. Everyone's up top.
Man, I'm sad.
This
I didn't
dude's
know that.
annoyingly good.
That was a complete misshoot. That was a mistake. Sorry about that.
If I would have known everyone was up top, that would have been nice.
Yeah, that was my bad. I'm sorry. I accidentally clicked right instead of clicking left.
Your Honor. It was simply a misinput.
Your Honor.
I concede the first point.
I survived for so long.
I would not take the belly.
Alright, everybody fall back. Let's take top. Let's take top.
I mean, we
Can't
we
see.
have it right now. We just need to keep it.
Yeah, well, easier said
How
than
is there a
done.
scout up here?
Scout behind. Scout behind. Get him.
Nice bullying.
Dude.
This man straight up just dodged the fucking headshot.
He's faster than the
So there's gonna be a spy. And
How is this player alive? What the fuck?
I have a question. Have any of you ever seen a spy actually use the switch weapons mechanic?
Yeah.
Good eye, sniper.
Hey, they have a telly or something behind us, or they're all coordinating to just run behind us.
I have crit super. Oh fuck, never mind.
Oh god. Yikes.
He's on Marquise.
Oh, they at least we made them waste an Uber.
2 Ubers actually.
Why? Why would they do that? Oh, were they planning to like dual Uber on the roof and just jump down?
Probably.
Probably.
They use both
I
of them.
kind of feel bad for him, to be honest. That kind of hurts me.
Just when I had the Uber to fucking kill these guys. Ah. At least I got their medic.
Oh my god, that missed.
They're still trying to take top, by the way.
Well, technically they've already taken top.
Time for us to take it
Oh,
back.
get that telly, soldier, get that telly. Please, thank you. It's so annoying if they just had that up. There's a demo on roof, because don't go up there, but
Yeah, it's so worth getting like a good headset.
told you, bro.
Like just a pair of headphones and then a standalone mic.
By the way, there's a demo man up here.
It will literally always sound better.
Is there?
Up top. Yes.
Most gaming headsets, I think not only are they really uncomfortable, like the padding is always like way too hard, and like they're like either too tight or like not tight enough or something, too heavy. But their mics are just absolute trash. It's just like the worst quality mic that you could get. And then they lie to you and like try to talk up like their mic quality, which is like just never good.
Sometimes it's so hard not to overextend. You know?
It is,
so
because
tempting.
like
It's so tempting.
when I play safer, I'm like playing to win, so I'm like, I shouldn't. It's not. That soldier's been milked. Anyone on the card should have.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely true too.
I actually survived
They're on
that.
cart, they're on cart, they're on cart.
You can just not hear some shit with open backs, but the sound quality is so good.
They're coming up.
And it's hard to leave. Like it's hard for me to like ever use another headset
Yeah, they were
besides my Sennheiser,
There's a heavy on cart.
because it's way too fucking good comparatively.
There's a spy up top, watch out.
Jump on the car, just jump on it.
I think it's actually so sad to think about. I don't know why I'm thinking about this now. But all of like the people I met through TF2, like from Europe and Australia, like I'll probably just like never see again.
Definitely not my best dad.
Dude, what the fuck is happening?
I was too late.
Whatever.
It's okay.
You can continue.
It's okay, fall back.
Don't become over attacked. So they're definitely like on the roof now, right?
No, actually.
There's someone on there right now, actually.
I'm not gonna risk it though.
They got 5 minutes.
You know what? This is not a place to play scout. I'm gonna switch classes.
Oh my god, the bot killed me.
Spy.
Bye bye, beautiful.
Yo, what class is the bot?
He's a heavy.
Oh, heavy bot.
Yeah.
I mean, anything that doesn't have to compensate aim is gonna be kind of killer.
Yeah.
Do they have a pyro that knows how to air blast?
Air blast this man, please.
Can you get some overheal there?
I'm dead.
Oh, you're far away now.
So there's 2 soldiers and a medic on cart. There's a demo man coming upstairs. Demo, please.
We're on it.
I mean, definitely most people from NA, but it's way easier to like. If I'm really good friends with somebody from NA, it's pretty easy to like. Not only to visit them in NA if I wanted to in due time, but also just to keep in touch with them easily over the internet because we're all on like similar schedules. Whereas, you know, having 8 hours in between, 6, 7, 8 hours in between is really tough. Oh fuck me! I'm dead. Locust align.
3 more minutes, guys. 3 more minutes.
We can do this. Come on.
3 minutes.
An animal.
Alright, we need all of our NGs to set up.
I don't know.
Oh my god, that was a fucking combo.
This is the dumbest spawn ever.
Oh, okay.
They're pushing with crits.
There's a scout going fucking stairs.
He has the Sydney sleeper. Very interesting.
Through fucking upper.
They're coming to final. Come on.
Very cool weapon.
Oh no. I like this.
Fuck.
I hate 20-second respawn times. I just have
Locust! Oh my god, oh my god.
Everybody. Stay alive if you can.
Scout flanking. Scout flanking.
Don't bother to ride.
Alright, both of their meds are down, just saying.
Look at this guy. What a weirdo. He's dead.
Heavy boss.
Karma.
Someone in map room?
There's a heavy, there's a soldier in that room. You got this.
I didn't actually want to shoot.
Dude, I thought I saw the backstab animation for a second.
Yes, Team Chuckles, thanks for the sub, bro. Hope you're doing good.
All that for nothing.
You know, you still remind me of the Smashing Pumpkins every time I listen to them or think about them.
Okay, guys, we have a decent hold. Just don't break it.
Don't die. Just don't die, please. If we all die like at the same time, we're gonna get absolutely fucked.
Yeah. So
Okay,
just
we're 3 down.
hold your points. Hold your points.
Yeah. Don't overextend.
Play defensively. Don't overextend. Juanelo, no extiendas. No extiendas. Quédate cerca.
I was checking out your Twitter, and I got you're like in a band or something.
It's the first time to sweat.
I missed that. Oh my god. No, dude.
Guys, we're losing people.
I went for somebody else.
Be careful.
Okay, both meds are down. Both
die,
meds
guys.
are down. Both meds are down.
Our
They
sentry's
have
down.
no meds. They have no meds.
The
Oh, that's good,
stickies
that's
are
good.
all over the cart. They can't push.
Oh, Rikachu is fucking tryharding.
Jesus Christ. 30 seconds, guys. 30 seconds more. 30 more seconds.
Come on, come
Come
on.
on, boys. We got this. No worries.
Dude, why don't these people play comp?
Add all people on cart. I don't think they have the time.
I don't get it. The puppers try to convince you that they don't like to sweat, but then this is what they're doing.
Pushing, we're trying to push.
9 seconds.
Unless they Boston bastard, they don't have Uber. They do not have Uber.
We won. We won.
Nice, boys. Nice. See?
GG's, fellas.
Like, listen to this guy. This guy would be a budding competitive star. Yule the V.
Really lucky that our team captain has red in his name. He's also
Yeah, that's cool, man. I got really into music probably way after
That's why we won.
I was in contact with you, but that's super cool. Really into singing and stuff now. These are the parts that like the medium sweat. Yeah, I mean, hopefully you would hope, because I feel like what he's doing is just way more accessible with less people, right? Like, I don't know. You can sweat that hard easily in like whatever RGL open is. You have to hide your flaws, bro. Nobody in 6v6 TF2 is like some god gamer, you know? They've just played more than somebody who hasn't played Comp TF2. Like, the vast majority of people who play Comp TF2, like, probably like know less about the intricacies of this game and like how to, you know, properly push points and stuff than like try hard pubbers. They just like run around and shoot people. Yeah, I mean, it would be cool to see Faceit, you know, do something substantial, or like it'd be cool to see this lead to something substantial within TF2, or you know, at least something positive. I don't think I would ever play again, but you know, just to see the comp community not entirely abandoned would be cool. Dude, how many times do I have to hit go to server before it works? No, I never use mouse excel. I don't want to copy. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter, but I just don't want to copy paste it into the stream.
This isn't a social call. I've got work.
If is it a show match or something, would I play that? I don't know, maybe, but I don't. I feel like that would be like kind of a waste of time. It would have to be like a show match in which like I was ringing for like an already established team, because like some type of show match where we like collect all the old TF2 players to like play in a tournament or whatever, would just result in everybody getting rolled. Everyone except me, of course, you know, but everybody else just getting rolled. You hear that old OCI client was Bitcoin farming us? Yeah, yeah. I don't know if it affected TF2 players. I mean, I heard that it didn't, but they were probably lying about that. I heard that it was like mainly a CSGO centric Bitcoin miner, but I don't really know the truth behind that. Pretty funny though. Pretty cool. The fact that that shit didn't just bury that company is astounding to me. Now they're like owned by ESL. The Boomer Bowl. The problem with the Boomer Bowl is not all boomers are equal, because some boomers just stopped playing TF2 or stopped playing video games when they stopped playing TF2, and then other people like me like went on to like play other games where I needed to like practice and like work on Texas.
Not sure.
Some of us had to, you know, like I went to different games and I had to practice and work on my aim, and like I started playing aim trainers and stuff like that. I think like I'm better than I've ever been, like just straight up aim wise across like different games, but I just, you know, don't really play TF2, so the knowledge is kind of lost. But some boomers just didn't.
We're set. We're gonna win.
Some of the boomers didn't even, you know, continue playing video games. Good old TF2 player, like pretty much anyone who played the game when there was like complexity and pandemic. Like you pull one of those players out of retirement and they're definitely just god awful, because they're like probably like late 30s now and they don't play video games at all. So
Mission begins in 30 seconds.
yeah, exactly. Team Chuckles would be the worst. No, but I mean, like, of like top players, like yeah, like choosing somebody like Jaeger would probably like result in the least, like the most like clear talent drop off ever. Or like I don't know, like O-plaid. Oh my fucking god, what the hell? Uber me. Uber me! What the... How does it always happen, man? He still has his Uber. Dude, what is going on? Okay. Oh, I have this. No, dude, I don't want to switch my thing. Just go scout.
I need something that isn't scout.
Dude, this guy. This guy, man.
We're like no power classes, what the fuck? Oh my god.
That little thing people do in this game where like they hit crouch or something at like the peak of their jump and they just accelerate downward like super fast is really weird. No. That's so dumb. That is so dumb. Dude, what is happening? What is happening? Please heal me. This is a really hard angle. Just gonna die if I scope in. Wow, that is unlucky. What?
I didn't even see this sniper.
Peace out, Juggles. Oh, bro, I don't have recorded music. I'm not that good. You should send me some of your music, though, for sure. Send me some over Discord. Give it a listen. I mean, I do have recorded things. I took a singing course for fun a little while ago, but...
We're running out of time. We have to push.
Fuck, man. Pigeon cakes. Peace out, bro.
Okay, sentries are, all sentries are down.
Power classes. Alright, I'm gonna go power class, I think. Help my team out a little bit.
Here we go, here it is, here it is.
I hate you so much, Scout. All you have to do was kill the fucking... Angie. Come on, man. I was fucking healing you too. Since when do you see a medic healing the scout?
This guy's like talking about how medic should heal scouts. God, I love pubbers, man. Does Heavy still have that thing where like if you are shooting for a longer amount of time you get more damage, like the damage ramps up? Is that like a global thing across like all? Oh, spinning up counts. Gotcha. Yeah, music's a very therapeutic thing for sure. Gets the dopamine spiking as well. Yeah, dude. Uh-huh. Yeah, make sure to just fake scope it real quick. I hate sniping in this fucking game, bro. It is so bad. Valve is so stupid. Cannot believe that shit, man. It's so fucking annoying. Like, like they should have never taken that jumping shit out of the game. Or ruin the game. Oh fuck, my leg is itchy. What is happening, bro? Please. Please. Overwatch sniping is not garbage. Overwatch sniping is 10 times better than TF2 sniping. What is on my leg? It's like there's a bug on my leg. You think sniper's OP? What do you mean? In a pub, maybe. But I don't think it would even really change that much in a pub. I feel like TF2 pubber snipers are worse at like sniping humans, like other classes, than they are at sniping snipers. What the fuck, bro?
God, I fucking hate the green screen.
I mean, I feel like you could definitely find a way to balance sniper where like it's not just based entirely on your like you standing still after every shot. Like if that means you have to like make the damage less or something, that's completely valid. Like there needs to be a more delicate solution than like just making people stand still every single time they shoot.
Come on, guys.
Since certain sixes map snipers are considered OP, they're gonna make rounds shorter so sniper stalls. What? On what map could sniper possibly be OP in sixes? Is there some newfound meta that I'm unaware of? Dude, it's so annoying.
You are kidding me.
Oh man, guys. Come on, come on.
No. Oh no, I'm dead. What the? Oh.
Okay, it's okay, no worries. We'll just make sure they don't capture any
I've
points.
never imagined a sixes map to be snipers being OP.
Scout is calling. This isn't a social call. I've got work.
Snakewater second? You think it's like OP on Snakewater second? Viaduct sniper is definitely not OP. Running sniper on Viaduct is like the #1 way to lose Viaduct. I don't know how many times I've had to prove that over my lifetime in Europe.
1 point faster than we did, or 2 points.
Snakewater I guess is pretty good for sniper, but I still don't think it's as good. Like Snakewater, I feel like if you push close sightlines, like you push left side, as long as you get a decent enough Uber off, you just win. Because like the amount of like damage you can do as either a second scout or a roamer in like a successful push in like some kind of chaotic environment is so much more than a sniper. Unless you're like the best sniper in like even Sheep, who I think was like the best sniper in TF2, and I don't even think it was close, would have, I thought, gotten way more out of Scout most of the time. And even if you use Sheep as like an argument against that, that's like one person out of like just an unbelievable amount of people that would have just been better off playing Scout instead. Like every European team tried to run sniper against us on Viaduct, and it was literally never worth it. It was like never good. Oh my god. I mean, I think TF2 would be better with like a class limit of 1 on like fucking every class, to be honest. If you were like able to balance another class to be fun enough, if the game were like actually balanced even a little bit around 6s, it would just be smarter to balance or to limit everything to 1. But obviously that's never gonna happen.
They got the sniper is pressing enough.
They're hitting shots they weren't back in the day. I find that extremely hard to believe. I think they should be looking at 5CP as a mode rather than the class itself. Because I really, like, I have watched a fair amount of like the finals of like RGL or something, like just because I might as well if I'm not doing anything. And I do not think there was a single sniper present that was better than Sheep. And I think that's a kind of thing that just scales anyway. Like it's not like Sheep played long enough ago where like people were playing with like 60 hertz monitors and shit. Like they were still really good players. And like arguably people have gotten way better, I think, at jumping and like getting onto a sniper than they have at sniping. Because like that used to be the #1 way that sniper was actually like quote unquote overpowered or like potentially annoying. Was that if your soldier couldn't get a bomb on him, it was just really, really hard to deal with him. But now people are so good at like denying space by like using their movement and spamming all the right angles that I don't even see how that's like possible.
We're all dead. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's it then.
Yeah, we like all die at the same time. Yeah, blame that sniper. He's too good.
I don't watch the Highlander snipers, no, but I mean, I feel like, do they play in 6s? Like, what Highlander sniper plays in 6s that breaks the game? Like, aren't like Highlander snipers being better than 6s sniper just a like factor of them playing in Highlander? I feel like that's like a big part of it. Is like Boar just like destroying the 6s world on sniper? Because like I don't think that that's impossible. Like theoretically that could make sense. But you'd have to be like literally just hitting every single shot to get that type of value out of it. Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's how like a lot of people play it. I mean, like I don't doubt the idea that like you can be too good, like that players in general have gotten better at sniper. Like that's obviously like bound to happen, just if that's the only thing you play. But I still feel like the amount you'd need to be better theoretically to make it like just broken would be it would just be too much, I feel like. Because even if you get like a really important pick on sniper, like the steamroll that you get from like having 2 scouts and 2 soldiers is just like so much value. Unless you're on last, which is why people would always just switch to sniper on last, defending or attacking. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've never played a map where I thought that we were like losing because the sniper was too good. And I feel like I definitely played against the best snipers like that existed at the time, who I don't even think were that different really. I mean, like I could be wrong, but like from watching like limited sixes sniper in the past few years, I don't think that I'm seeing like unbelievable shots that I haven't seen before. So I don't know. I feel like having a sniper just fucks with your team comp so much. Anyway, moral of the story, I feel like 5 CP is just such a garbage game mode that they should be doing anything to change the pace of that game mode, regardless of sniper. Yeah, like Flippy was a great example. Flippy was fucking insane. And we would still beat his team. My gaming edge videos too outdated? For sure. Yeah, I mean, they should probably incorporate like I guess the round timer is what they call it. So that like if you don't push, it just resets the map. Which is like shocking that they haven't tried that yet, because I feel like that's the most obvious thing that you can do. I mean, maybe they want to keep it as close to like vanilla tf2 or whatever as possible. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I definitely think that's like a factor as well, though, like or it's a result of the amount of time you put into those classes. Like, I don't doubt that like the Highlander snipers are incredible at Highlander sniper, or at sniper, I should say, but it's because of the amount of time that they put into sniper in Highlander, regardless of like whether that's like formative time or not. Like if you put a lot of time, like let's say in the future they put a lot of time into scout because they want to play sixes scout, the amount of time they'd need to be playing sixes scout would like affect their ability to be as dominant of a sniper as they are currently, I think, because half of the reason why you're like good at whatever class you play is just because you're grinding the muscle memory from it every single day you play the game. So like if you're playing a shit ton of scout, you're gonna be like you're gonna see things and like react to things on scout that you wouldn't if you didn't play scout in like, you know, a month or something. And that's just like, that just happens on a smaller scale when like you prioritize a certain class over another. So it's like, even if like they played enough, if they played enough scout, their sniping would definitely suffer because they would just like kind of like walk into it like not expecting what they would before, or like it just wouldn't feel the same way. Yeah, I think, I mean, I always kind of like Badlands. I think Badlands' worst aspect is its last, but Granary I always thought was literally the worst map ever. Viaducts I also thought was pretty bad. But I also just think that that's a fundamental problem within like 5 CP, where you're always going to run into, like, you need like really delicate map design to find a happy balance between, or a happy medium between being defensive enough to not immediately get steamrolled if you have like, you know, some kind of player disadvantage or uber disadvantage, but be like, you know, lenient enough for the offense to not feel like they're disadvantaged every time they go for a push. And I feel like it's really, really hard to make a map and design a map that way. Like even a lot of these new maps I see, like I don't know, like what's like a good new like 5 CP map that is like really good, that fixes the problem of like boring TF2 stalemates. Because like a big part of it too is just last point. Like last point's a huge part of it. Like even on Process and Badlands, you can kind of get away with like these like half-ass pushes if you're on mid or second, like your own second. Yeah, like Sunshine, I think still falls victim to the same garbage. Like it's so unfun to play, like to push into last on Sunshine, and it's equally unfun to be on last on Sunshine. Like I guess like mid to second and second to mid is okay, but even then it's like it's just really hard to break through any choke unless you have Uber advantage. And so it's like, I don't know. And that is also a problem with just like Uber in itself is like the most ridiculous thing ever. Like if you think about it in a new like in a new school mindset, Uber is the only ult in the game, and it is one of the most powerful ults that you can make in a video game. You literally become invincible. You cannot die at all unless you're shot off of a map that has a death bit. You literally can't die. So it's like really hard to like balance something like that. Or telefrag. I just don't like I just think it's a really shitty mechanic. And the only reason it still exists is because it's like just something that TF2 players have played with forever, and the community is so like, you know, incestual in that sense that like you're only going to attract people to TF2 who don't really mind that mechanic or have played with that mechanic before. But I think like it's a big reason why the game is so hard to balance or change or like fix with stalemates and stuff. It's just Uber is way too fucking strong. Like if anything the game should just be crits. But crits is also ridiculously strong because crits is like 3 times the damage, which is fucking insane. Right? It's 3, I think, right? In TF2? Like that's fucking insane. In Overwatch, Nano is 1.5 times the damage. Or maybe even less. Is it less? It might be like 1.3 or 4. I don't know. So it's like, it's just kind of wild. It removes damage fall off. It's just insane. Yeah, crits would be insane, but like you'd have to fix it by lessening the damage. Like if you lessen the damage that crits did, it would be something you could actually play against. Because if you were pushing in with the crits, if like soldiers were pushing in against other soldiers with the crits or something, or a scout was trying to push choke with the crits, you could easily juggle a scout on soldier or demo or something, or kill the scout that is critsing. And like it would actually give like classes like, you know, soldier a valid option in the game. And you could obviously like push the flank, and like that would still remain to be like the #1 way that you could stop a push was by kind of like destroying their flank so that they have to turn around and whatever. Regardless, I think Uber's like the worst mechanic ever. Yeah. Wouldn't holding be super easy without any Ubers? Well, that's the thing. Like, all of these things change. Like, the map design required and stuff, all of that stuff changes. Based on what like the mechanic is. So I don't know. Like you'd have to start designing maps where like Uber isn't something you're worrying about really, versus like right now when you design a map you're like absolutely thinking about Uber more than anything else. Like you're not really thinking about like crits, like, oh, is this sightline too powerful for crits? It's like, no, it's fucking Uber is overpowered. So it's like, I don't know, it's just, it's a very weird game in that respect, and it turns the game into like just a very boring environment. Like I think TF2 is a game where it's both very fun to be in a team fight and shoot things and like just, you know, work on the mechanics of the game, but it's boring enough in 6s like 5 CP that you literally get bored. Like I haven't been bored in a video game since TF2. Every other game, like when you're at like a choke or something like that, or you're at like some sort of stalemate in the game, you're constantly thinking about like something else that's going to happen. For example, in Valorant, you know, obviously you can get one shot, in Counter-Strike you can get one shot, people can peek you, whatever. So if you're in a stalemate, nothing's happening, you're not like falling asleep. You're not like half-assing anything, you know what I mean? You're really paying attention to everything that's happening in the game. And the same thing goes for Overwatch. Like there's just constant ults that go on. You can get one shot a lot in that game in a myriad of ways. So you're always on your feet and you're always thinking like, what do I need to do? I cannot believe, can you believe that no reg on that fucking engineer? Unbelievable. But like you're constantly thinking about things, so you don't have the time in Overwatch to just sit there and be like meanwhile when I played comp TF2, like this was my you can find me on streams of me playing TF2 like at the highest level, whatever Froyo attack. I'm sitting here and I'm like this. And I'm like running through and like let's say like this is like the flank and I'm like it's so boring. It's like I risk like there's no risk to me dying, and even if by some freak accident I die there, it would either be on purpose because I'm going to sack, or it doesn't fucking matter because we have like mid and it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. The game could be so boring in such a weird way that that I've never felt in any other game. Even if you play something like Quake or like Diabolical or whatever, if you're playing like TDM or CTF, you are literally constantly thinking about shit. Like, you don't have time to just sit there and just be like, yo, what's up, dude? Cool, man. Yeah, what you doing? Oh, yeah. There's a soldier playing over there. Yeah, I think medic's playing there. And you just sit there and you like wait. Like that's like uniquely a TF2 thing. Which is why it's so boring to watch at the same time for a lot of people. Is you just watch people that are just chilling the whole time. But yeah, I totally agree that like cutting the round timer is something that they should have done a long time ago. Like I don't really know like how it's taken this long for. I mean, I guess maybe it was like an ESEA thing. Like they couldn't, you know, get those. This guy has the Girardi, very interesting. I guess that's like a ESEA thing for the most part for like the history of the game. That they couldn't change that, but ever since it's been like non-ESEA and they've had like full reign and full control over like whatever, or like more control at the very least over what they were playing, I feel like that should have been done a long time ago. I literally couldn't even tell you how long the timer is because it's so irrelevant. I couldn't even tell you. Dude, like how does that not reg? Am I like am I crazy? I feel like I'm sticking my gun into his model. Is it 10 minutes? Yeah, that sounds right to me because I would always see a timer that has the number 9 as the first number. Yeah, but I mean, I feel like that's on like the onus. Like the onus is on the offensive team to break the park the bus. Like the reason park the bus is so lame is not because the strategy itself is lame, but because you can literally do it for 9 minutes. So like that's the most annoying part. Is park the bus is like I feel like a completely like fine strategy. Like that's what a defensive team should be doing. Really is like parking the bus. It's like, well, you know, let's see if they can like break our hold this time. Let's see if they can break our hold this time. And like that happens 2 or 3 times or something, you know, before the round timer ends. And like that's completely fine. Like the onus is on like the offense to actually do something, which I think is fine. But it's just the way the round timer is now, it's awful. Oh my god. Yeah, the problem is that both offense and defense can park the bus. Like that's the main issue, is that offense can park the bus. But like, even still, if that means that the round timer is short and they can park the bus, then they run the risk of getting wiped at mid the next round and then just losing because they decided to not push. Like, so there's like a give and take and there's like a risk reward. I don't know. I totally think though that like TF2 has needed a change like that for the longest time possible. We have been getting rolled in this pub for so long, and it's like astounding that they haven't capped yet. I've just been running out on scout and dying constantly, and they still haven't capped. Here we go. Here it is. Is this it? Here it is. How's Overwatch different? Well, Overwatch is mainly just like Overwatch is no 5CP situation. So like you don't like the defense is always defending and the offense is always offending. So like it's just a very cut and dry thing. It's like if you're on defense on a payload, like your entire purpose is to stop the payload, and that works because like it's your job, and like there's a ton of action because the timer counts down, and you have to race against the clock to get the cart, you know, X amount of distance, and like that's whatever, you know. 2CP is like also just like a great example of like why I think like multiple control points kind of suck. Like I would like to see like how games revolved around payloads work more, because I think payload is like one of the better modes that you can incorporate, because you can have like so many different like environments like along the entire course of a payload. Like this map can change in so many different ways that allows you to play in so many different situations, which is sort of the way that that CS:GO or that Overwatch is. But yeah, 2CP is garbage. This guy has the beggar's bazooka. Oh my god. It is very W oriented, but I think it's more W oriented because of the fact that ults are so fucking stupid. That's time I play WoW? Fuck no. I don't really know. It's hard because I just think it's always going to be hard to balance like 5 CP and 6s. Because it's always going to be this weird like blend of both offense and defense. But I think you pretty much have to start with the round timer and then like see what happens there. Because you can theory craft all you want, but it really comes down to like just the way people act and like the way people react to it. You probably need like at least a season of like data on that. Dude, I don't understand. It is like the most impossible thing to get healed in a pub. I really don't understand it. Like I can play like heavy or like soldier and it still feels like I never get healed, and then I can like look around and the medic is healing scout, but then when I'm on scout I just never get above 125. It's so weird. I don't get it. How many backstabs does it take? Usually not that many, but because I'm streaming, I'm just mindlessly playing. But I don't know, like in general, I think I just fully support any amount of like change to TF2 that you can make that like deviates from, you know, trying to make the game as similar to a pub as possible or whatever. I think that was like a valid strategy back in the day when like maybe there was like a smidgen of hope that changing the game, like maybe like allowing some items that were stupid and like kind of ruin the experience or were lame and annoying to play against, where like it had value because like maybe if you did that, like Valve would be more open to it, there'd be more players like funneling into play, like blah 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 blah. God, that guy's just an absolute animal, isn't he? But at this point in the game's life, I feel like you should just change as many things as possible to make the game as fun and fast-paced as possible, so you can just kind of make your own league that has as much consistent enjoyment and content from the people who are actually interested in playing the game, which I feel like would be shortening round timers and you know, definitely like banning items that were previously allowed for the purpose of, you know, trying to convince Valve to support the game. No restrictions in terms of what? I just don't want anyone to feel restricted about changing the game because they feel like they need to make the game more attractive to like somebody who only plays 12v12, you know, at Spy or something. Like I feel like that's just like a waste. At this point, you might as well just make the game as fun as possible for the people who still play sixes as you can. Yeah, I mean, I agree. Like, I don't know how Benny was able to do it either. I just got so bored of this game. I guess, like, it helped that I had Overwatch to play, so, like, it kind of just forced me to rip off the Band-Aid of, like, not playing this game. But, I don't know. Like, maybe it's harder to quit if you didn't really find anything else you wanted to play or something, and you just kind of play it because it's something that you've always done, so it's like a perfunctory thing to you. But I could like never see myself like uber tryharding in a game like this ever again. Like it's just, I feel like the only way it's changed for the worse, where like now like you have like demos way more capable of holding down chokes even harder than they could before, with like an even better pipe launcher to do it. I could not see that player at all. It was so weird. Oh, I mean, for sure that helps as well. Like, you can literally, like, Benny actually having this as a career is the #1 thing that would hold him, you know, able to deal with it for so long. That's a completely different vibe from somebody who, like, plays this game, like, working on the side, which I could never understand doing for as long as it's been done by some people. Yeah, I mean, it at the very least changes, like, even if it's, like, kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, deceptive. Like, I think it's kind of deceptive in the way that it changes. Because I don't, like, Banny, maybe now is the only time when Banny has been at risk of losing. But the game, it kind of, like, makes you think it's changing because you play against like different people every now and then, like slightly different circumstances. I don't think it has to do with the fact that he uses a high sensitivity. Yeah, the Iron Bomber is the dumbest thing ever. The lock and load isn't even something that is legal, is it? At a certain point, it becomes so stupid that it's no longer stupid because you never have to deal with it. Oh, it was nerfed. But yeah, I don't know. All right, I'm done with this for now. But yeah, I don't know. I think I'm much more interested in seeing, like, I'm much more interested in seeing some kind of change to, or some new game that incorporates, whether it's Overwatch or a blend of Overwatch or TF2, into a new game than I am interested to see like what kind of changes TF2 can make. Because I don't really think that it will ever be enough, and I don't think it will really change how I like look at the game, like or like how anybody looks at the game. It'll be pretty hard, I think, to really make the game popular at this point in its lifespan. So yeah, I don't know. I'm much more interested in seeing like a new game that utilizes a lot of the mechanics of TF2, with a more modern flair to it. Because there are obviously like so many hiccups that this game has that makes it really difficult to get into it just for like a casual player. Oh yeah, I agree with that. As far as time to kill goes, that's one of like the biggest things I hated about Overwatch, was the entire flow of like TF2 and the way that you can like take fights and salvage fights was completely taken out of Overwatch, or was changed enough to where like I didn't find it to be as fun. Like in Overwatch, I made this point before. I think it was in my Discord. In Overwatch, let's say you're playing Soldier or like Widow. I guess not Widow, because Widow has like some of the actual clutch potential in the game. But let's say you're playing like Soldier or Tracer or even McCree to an extent, Ash. If your team is losing the fight very obviously, unless you can get like a really easy kill, like you're like shooting some Zen that's on the flank or something that has like 1 HP, you might as well run in backwards into them and feed. Because if you can do enough substantial damage to a Winston or some kind of tank hero, even a DPS hero, honestly, like even a small amount like that helps, you're just giving the other team ults. And for the most part, you can never make a play like you can in TF2 where like you're playing Scout, you're like 1v5 and you get 3 kills because you hit like 6 shots in a row and they were all like medium health, and you just did 1 2 3 4 5 6 and you killed like 2 to 3 people. That's like a huge play and like helps your team hold for the next push. That's like almost impossible to do in Overwatch in a lot of situations without ulting, and at that point you just wasted your ult, so like your economy is fucked. That's like something I think TF2 did really well. Like Scout has a really good time to kill, where like if you're not a good player, it takes a long time to kill somebody, but if you're a good player and you can move and use the topography to your advantage, then you can get a lot of like crazy kills that you wouldn't be able to get otherwise. But yeah, there's like really none of that in Overwatch. But then likewise, I think Overwatch did a much better job with like helping people get into playing classes like Pharah and stuff, and like rocket jumping and like utilizing rockets by actually allowing you to just automatically rocket jump by hitting an ability. Because there's still like, a lot of skill in like actually hitting rockets and positioning yourself and kiting correctly, target selection, shit like that. But you don't have to worry about, getting rocket jump timing down and stuff like that. So it's like a really, delicate blend that's hard to incorporate. But I think there could definitely be a company that does it eventually, especially now with like the esports realm being kind of inundated by like tactical shooters. You would think that this is probably the best time, when Overwatch is sort of on a downswing and clearly have like mismanaged like their meta and stuff, and are in the midst of making a entirely new game that's like more PvE oriented, to actually make like a fun team-based shooter. But I don't know. That's what I think. Yeah, I mean, I heard the rumor, like I don't know if it's true or not, but like I just heard rumors that Valorant was supposed to be more of like a like early on in its production, obviously, or in its development, it was intended to not just be Counter-Strike, but turned into Counter-Strike. Probably, you know, for a good reason, because it's very easy to market games like Counter-Strike. But you can tell, like, sort of with like the way that they were making abilities and actually making shotguns that are usable, that the game was, I think, originally supposed to be something slightly different from Counter-Strike, but it really wound up being just CS. But season 4 of Owl. Oh yeah, it is season 4, right? I was thinking it was season 3 coming up, and I was like, why are you talking about next season? Yeah, that's definitely weird. I wonder how they're gonna do it, like with like COVID and everything. Like I don't even know what they're doing. Like Apex is a great example too. Apex like could have been a really good game, but instead it's just a BR. And I still have a lot of fun playing it, but it's like it could just be better if I wasn't just playing a BR. Like if I was playing some kind of game that had a little more, you know, a little more to it than just a BR. Like I think I would enjoy it more. And like that being said, I feel like BRs are fun to have as a side thing. Like I think COD is really lucky to have that, where they have a BR just be like a supplementary thing to the rest of their game, because I don't think BRs are really inherently unfun. I think they're actually really fun. It's just super unfun if it's the only thing you can do in the game, because like then you start to really like the mechanics of the game and you want to push the game as far as you can and be as good as you can, but you wind up doing that in an environment that's just a BR. Whereas if it was like just a BR on the side that like attracted people and taught them the mechanics on a very basic level, but then there was more to it, like an actual competitive mode that you can filter players from the BR into, it would just be way better. Because then you could be like, oh, I really love the movement and like the aiming in this game. I really want to take it seriously. Like I played a bunch of the BR and then I was so infatuated with like, you know, getting better at the game. But I found that the BR was just kind of like hard capping me because it's the fucking BR. So obviously it is. So I wanted to play something more, you know? And so I got into like the competitive mode that they had and blah, 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 blah. I think that's like an actual pipeline to like becoming a competitive gamer. That is pretty unexplored. I guess it's somewhat explored in COD, but I haven't really seen it much else than that. Yeah, I mean it's just really easy to market and spectate games like CS, which has been like a huge reason why. Like obviously everything runs on marketability and advertisement. So if you have a game that's really easy to watch, that has like good pacing, there's times when you can look at the mini map and you could be like, oh, I know something's going to happen, right? Like someone's peeking an angle, you see someone through the wall on the other side, you're like, I gotta see what happens here. There's really good pacing there in tactical shooters, but it's really hard to get that same amount of pacing in Overwatch. I actually fucking hate watching Overwatch. And I hate watching TF2 for similar reasons, or I guess similarly, I hate watching TF2, but I think the reasons are pretty different. The reasons for not wanting to watch Overwatch is like there's just too much shit going on. You can't really appreciate like the true like skill of the player unless they catch you or they catch them at a really good time. Otherwise, you're kind of just watching like Reinhardt's go for shatters and like swing at everybody who's stunned on the ground or whatever, which has its own like flair to it for sure, but doesn't really scratch the itch for a lot of people. And TF2 is just obviously, like I said before, just like so boring to watch sometimes. You're just like sitting there like waiting for a push to happen, but then like you sit there and watch it for another 4 minutes and you're like, okay, well, please. Dude, I hit the fucking craziest shot I've ever hit in a video game with a rocket in that soul match I played in Overwatch League. But people weren't watching me. I hit the most unbelievable shot on this fucking ulting Mercy. Like, she was Valking and she, like, I don't know, she was like here and she tethered to somebody like really far away, and I did like a just blind flick. I don't have a clip for it now because nobody was watching, and it's Overwatch, so I can't record my own puff. But I hit just an insane, like, it was just like a blind flick onto the Valking Mercy, and it got her down to like 1 HP, and I was like so bummed she didn't die. I mean, Quake Diabolical, I don't think we're ever really going to get big. It is a shame, I guess, but I didn't really hold out much hope for it. I was more disappointed, I guess, that it was like deader than dead on Twitch, because it was like kind of fun to stream it. I'd stream it like every night and I'd get like 200 viewers. So if it had like a little bit more of like a game mode I enjoyed playing and didn't like continue dying, I would probably play it more, but whatever. TF2 needs more dynamic game modes in comp. Yeah, I agree. I think King of the Hill is really good. It's probably its best mode, I think. It makes the most sense and has the most like obvious spectator connection. Yeah, Rafa was actually pretty good at Overwatch. He didn't really play any like hardcore aim heroes, I guess. Like, he was like I think he played Flex Tank for the most part and then moved to Lucio, but he was a really good, like, he's just a really smart player who can break down games pretty easily. So he was just like a good just like good at the macro and like the understanding of the game. My HUD is Peach HUD. Yeah, Dehang also played. Dehang was pretty good at Ana, actually. He was a pretty good Ana player. MacGuffin? I didn't really like MacGuffin. I just feel like the game has no... It just has no obvious flow to it unless you've played like a significant amount of like CTF or TDM or whatever. So like, it just didn't really interest me on that level. I feel like it's very... You can find like instances of this like all over esports, like, or video games in general. Like, if you're an old Quake player, if you're like, you know, like fucking, I don't know, 35 or 40 or something by this point, you've played all that shit, like you grew up on all that stuff. So it's very easy to find just like a nostalgic feeling when you play it. You're like, oh yeah, this makes sense, and like, this is what I played when I was younger, and this is how I got into games. So like, I totally, like, on an intrinsic level, just get the flow of it. But I just didn't care. Like, the games I played were so different from that. Even when I played Quake, I was really just like a player that like wanted to like just join clan arena servers and like shit on people. So like, it's a very different flow that I just never really got into. Like, it takes a lot of learning, and I just didn't really I did not want to learn it. And it was the same thing with Duel. Like, people have always told me to duel like Quake players I knew, and like, you know, random people who came into my streams when I was streaming Quake or Diabolical, and it's like, I just don't care. Like, I don't think I would find any enjoyment out of it. I really like grew up playing like larger team-based games that have like, you know, 5 to 6 people on a team, and like there's a very clear objective, and like you play around that. My frag videos? Oh, Avalanche. Yeah. The Avalanches are sick. For sure. That song was one of my like favorite songs when I was around that age. Yeah, it's like it's so related to like the things that you grow up on, which is like another reason why like I think the same thing about Overwatch, and everybody, you know, that has played the games that I've played feels the same way. It's something that like a lot of the Quake players and the TF2 players can sort of agree on, that they hate like the dumb ults that like CC you, that stop your movement. They hate that there's no like air control in the game, so you're kind of just like fucked when you're in the air. They hate the fact that there are like a lot of characters in the game that are just really not at all aim oriented. But there are people that grew up on Overwatch. Like, when they were 16 years old, they were playing Overwatch. So like, it's a lot easier for them to to like just deal with that and just be like, okay, well, that's just the way that it is. I'm still gonna play DPS and do whatever I can, because like I watched, like, there are so many good DPS players in Overwatch, and I never understood how they continued to find the game fun, but they did, and they were like sick. Like they're amazingly good aimers. Like some of the best aimers I've ever seen are like DPS Overwatch players, like Bunny, fucking Carpe. Who am I missing? Striker. Like some of like the best players I've ever seen, like just at FPS games, and Saya player, BQB, like, and none of them, like, I just fucking hated it. Like I watch them play and I see the things they died to, and I see like the futility in the things that they're doing sometimes, and I'd be like, dude, I would be fucking losing my mind, you know? Like everybody saw me stream Overwatch, like I'd be doing the shit that they're doing, and I'd be like, I'd hit like an amazing fucking, or like I'd blink in on Tracer, I'd like perfectly like 100% track this guy, I'd be like fucking 50% headshots or something, I'd blink around, I'd hit like a 6 stick, I'd do like a 180 stick, and then he just gets like bubbled, or like they drop a lamp, or like a shield blocks it somehow, and I'm just like, dude, like, fuck, you know? Like, but they can like deal with that so much like better than I can. I was never able to, and it's because I didn't grow up on that shit. Like I didn't grow up on games that had that as the mechanic. Like that's the game I transitioned into, so it was like a lot different for me. Yeah, it's possible that a lot of them had MOBA experience, but yeah, no, I 100%, like so many of the Korean players, like they look like they're having a blast. Like I think it's the best way to describe it. Like you watch DPS players play sometimes, and the sheer futility in the things that they are doing sometimes is so sad to watch, but they never feel like it never looks like it's actually something that annoys them. It's really weird. Like for me, I could never deal with that. Like it's just so annoying to watch. Best European TF2 player I played against? I don't know, Mike probably. Yeah, Overwatch was pretty different when it came out, but honestly, like I kind of saw the game going down the road it went down. I mean, you know, hindsight 2020 or whatever, but it's, I mean, the game launched with Reinhardt being like the go-to pick. Like that was like kind of what you did. You ran like a Reinhardt, a McCree, some other heroes, a Mercy that res like 5, like could res her entire fucking team. Vanzanti, thanks for gifting a sub to Sam Bude. Appreciate it. But like just the fact that that was the reality of the game, you can kind of see like the road it was going to go down, you know? Like I don't know. When you have a hero whose entire purpose in the game is to hold a shield up for your team, for their team, while just playing like a little tug of war game with the other Reinhardt just swinging at them and like handling shield macro or micro, you kind of like just know that it was gonna be the way that it is. Like you were like, okay, well that's like very, like there's a very clear difference in like the difficulty, like at least from an FPS standpoint of characters, that I even thought as soon as I started playing Overwatch, and it never got any different, you know? Like they just made a bunch of Reinhardts, like whether the Reinhardt was a support, literally Brig, or you know the Reinhardt was in the form of, I don't know, Mercy or Orisa, Moira, you know, like so many characters that you're just, you literally exist to like play the game like you're playing World of Warcraft, and it's just so like staggeringly different from playing like, you know, Tracer or McCree that it just feels strange. Sigma's so fucking. Sigma's the most annoying thing to play against that I played against recently. Just mobile shields. His left click is like. There was like a rumor going around. Like this was when Owl. When they hadn't made Sigma yet. Sigma was like the new hero coming into the game. Undisclosed. And we were in Overwatch League. There was like a rumor going around that Sigma had a railgun. That it was like a tank with a railgun. And people were like, oh, that's fucking sick. And then he comes out with like just the fucking magnets. They just fucking shoot little like magnet things at you that like just blow up in the air. And like you're just playing geometry, you know? And it's like you're just spamming an angle off of walls, man. Like you couldn't have made something a little bit more engaging. Like it just always feels the same with Overwatch. Like there are very clear like types of players they're trying to attract with different roles. And I guess that, I mean, like that works if role queue was always a thing, if it was always like you could only have 2 tanks, 2 supports, 2 whatever. Because otherwise, like you have DPS players that are forced to play tanks, or tank players forced to play DPS, or like whatever, and it's just like such a different game. But I also just feel like it's just weird. Like I don't think there's anything wrong with making a game where like the supports and the tanks are also playing an FPS game. Like there's like, and they've showed that that's true. Like Ana and Zen are like very much FPS heroes, especially Ana. And she fits fine within the game. Like it's very fun to play Ana. It's fun to watch Ana. I've seen like incredible players on Ana. Like Shu comes to mind when I watched Shu a lot, season 2 of Overwatch League, because I was coaching. I would watch a lot of Shu. And Shu is like one of the craziest players I've ever seen in my life. Like he's fucking sick. He's insanely good. And that's cool. Like, and I would like to see games or like teams in Overwatch where like I can do that with every player. You know what I mean? And it's just not, it's never been that way and it never will be that way. So Overwatch is just kind of weird, like for me in that respect. But I don't know. Usually like the DPS characters were pretty okay. Just one more duo with Muma. Potentially. I'd have to reinstall the game though. Yeah, Ana's great. Like Ana's just a great, really well designed hero. And that's the thing that shocks me so much too, is that it looks like all the developers were like just on completely different wavelengths when they were making these characters. Like Tracer, Soldier, like, but especially Tracer, Genji, Soldier, fucking even Pharah, like designed from a very clear standpoint of like we're trying to really make the most like FPS equivalent hero we can. Like very, you know, mechanically demanding. You have to aim constantly. You have to be really quick with your abilities, quick with your decision making, all while fighting at the same time. And then they made Brig, you know? And it's like, who made what hero? Like I'm always so confused by it. Like, was it like a joint effort? Ashe is a great example. And like that's the thing too, like Ashe is another great example because Ashe was made later in the game. Like Ashe is a relatively new hero in the game. So like they're still making heroes that are like difficult to play and like have a really big emphasis on aim and precision and accuracy, tracking, sniping. And then they're also just still making characters like Brig. And it's so fucking weird to me. Like I don't understand like what is ever going on. It's just so weird. I mean, I definitely think that's like they tried to make the game like for as many people as possible. But like that just, I don't know, like I really don't like that as an idea if it winds up ruining the game. Like if it takes a lot of like the beauty out of the game, then I don't really enjoy it as like an idea. And it seems like that's, I mean, that's like video games now anyway. Like esports are really just commodities. Like you're trying to make money. Like when you're like, oh, new game coming out, we're making this game called Valorant. Like they care about like people being good at their game. They think it's cool, and like they like esports from a very basic standpoint. But like Riot just wants the money. Like this isn't like fucking like, yeah, it's like a symbiotic relationship, but like they really just want the money. So like esports now are not just like grassroots things that grow due to like obvious interest in the thing that's being played. It's really just like, here's a game. You know what I mean? Like, here's a game. We will pay you ludicrous amounts of money to be good at it. So if you want to be good at it, go ahead, you know? So I don't know, but I think Overwatch is a better example than Valorant, because Valorant was really just it's like a more modern version of Counter-Strike, which was like a grassroots type thing. Like people just really enjoyed playing Counter-Strike, and then Valve was like, oh, we can like run tournaments for this thing. Like ESL can run tournaments for this thing in CS 1.6, and people will come and they'll make money, and we can like, you know, do this cool new esports thing that no one knows how to do. So that really was very much like a grassroots thing. And obviously Valorant, like being so similar to it, is just like an adjacent, like, here it is, you know? I know you guys will like this because it's like a tactical shooter and people like that shit, and it's Counter-Strike, so you'll like it. But I think Overwatch is a better example of it, where like it feels like the game really was, it was like, let's take as many heroes as possible, or as many different playstyles as possible, spread them across all the heroes that we make, and come in like a wrecking ball with like the idea of Overwatch League, right? Everybody knew that there was going to be a fucking huge franchise league for Overwatch. It's the only reason that anyone from TF2 was like, Overwatch, fuck yeah, because Blizzard was like, yeah, we're going to pay you lots of money, we're going to pay you lots of, like, that's all that was being said. So like in that situation, Overwatch was very much just like commodifying esports. It's like, okay, we will make this game, we'll get as many people to be interested in playing it at a high level as possible by like, you know, just combining a bunch of different mechanics from different games. So you don't have to be like a really good aimer to like come in and play the game. You don't have to like have really good FPS mechanics to be a really good player. We'll just give you, you know, a bunch of heroes where you can kind of just work your ability macro, and like you can macro the economy of your team and your shield and your ult against like the other team, and blah, blah, blah. So I think in that situation, it was definitely way more of a commodification of esports than like anything Valorant did. But I mean, yeah, I think TF2 would be big if Valve cared, but they would have to have changed the game significantly and made like more classes and like done a bunch of different things, I think. Because the reality still is in TF2 that there are 4.5 heroes, or I guess 5, because sniper and engineer both add up to be like half of a character that you can play in sixes. And then like the rest of the cast is essentially useless. So they'd have to like have updated like pyro and heavy and spy and even engineer and sniper to be like more fun for people, or like more of like a pipeline to get into competitive TF2. But TF2 was a tier 1 esport, it would be a completely different game. So like it's hard to say if people would like it or not. I mean, it would have had to build, I think, because games like you can see this a lot with Counter-Strike. If Counter-Strike came out tomorrow, I think it would be really, really hard to make that game into an esport, because the level of skill you need to have, like just the level of knowledge you need to have, is so high. Like these people are throwing fucking smokes by walking forward, backwards, diagonally, 30 degrees to the wall they're approaching and jump throwing it. And it's like, what the fuck is going on? And it lands on like some small little pixel that allows you to knock it off from this angle, and you can throw it from spawn. And like shit like that is like really hard. That's why like Valorant simplified it so much. TF2 would have needed like a slow burn like CS:GO did, where there's sort of like a colloquial renaissance, or like not renaissance, but just accumulation of knowledge over the years and generations, like passed down from like players to player to player, and like even like some pubbers know it, for it to really be like a tier 1 esport, because there's so much like shit in Overwatch or in TF2 that, you know, just a basic player wouldn't be able to understand or like do mechanically. Like a good rocket jump is like impossible for a pubber to do. Like that isn't somebody who's been playing Soldier for like a very long time. Yeah, I mean that's definitely true too. I mean, like a huge, again, this like comes along with like sort of like the commodification of esports, is that these organizations, like the brand value of your company is way more important than the product that you put out. Like people were always going to play Overwatch because it was made by fucking Blizzard. You know, like Valorant is made by fucking Riot. Like obviously they're going to be played. Like everyone's going to at least give it a shot. So it's like just a huge, it's just a huge plus to your to the popularity of your game. Like people a lot of the time follow companies, you know, they'll like just play League and like whatever other game Riot comes out with, or they'll play World of Warcraft and they'll play Diablo, and they'll be like, oh, Overwatch, new FPS game by my favorite company Blizzard, I'll play it. So it's like there's very clear correlation there, which is why another reason why it's so hard for a game like Diabolical to pop off. I don't think that it's like the worst. Like I think that them making Diabolical was good, because now they at least have like some amount of value and like somewhat of a brand with their game. So if they make another game, they at least are known as like the creators of Diabolical. But like they'll still never have the, you know, the clout that Blizzard or Riot have, or Valve, but Valve doesn't make games, so. Is that like the arena? I've heard like arena shit in Apex. Is that also like another thing? Like aren't they making like a 3v3 arena type thing, or is that the same thing you're talking about that's going to take like 2 years to make? Because I heard a bunch of like arena stuff for Apex, which even that would be fun. I like the fighting in Apex a lot. Yeah, I mean that's literally like when your entire society is based on capitalism and the pursuit of money. Like obviously these enormous companies with like crazy amounts of social capital and like brand value and stuff are going to be like the most important companies that make the best games aesthetically, administratively. Like their servers are better, like everything works, it's crisp, like you can see all these things when you play it. Like you know you're playing a fucking Blizzard game versus when you're playing Diabolical, you know what I mean? A new Halo? I don't know. Is that like Infinite or whatever? Is that, I haven't followed Halo at all. I don't even know like if that's like, if Halo Infinite's like a report or it's like a new game or what. I mean, like that Bungie is a pretty big company, so it wouldn't really surprise me. Oh, really? Bungie doesn't make it. Interesting. Interesting. I think people like Apex, like they like the mechanics of Apex, but I think that people are kind of sick of like the BR. I mean, obviously, like, you know, it really depends what demographic you're talking to. Like people that log on their Xbox Live and they plug in their Scuff gaming controller to play Apex probably love the fact that it's BR. But I mean, I think a lot of people who are just competitive gamers don't like the fact that it's a BR. So, I mean, I think it's like definitely split. I mean, like mods were always going to be the most like that's like just a remnant of when esports were actually like grassroots. Like you took like a general idea and then just the general public was like, oh, or like some guy, you know, or some group of people were like, oh, I kind of wonder what the game would be like this instead. And then you just have, you know, years of like the general public, um, the demographic of people playing those types of games, giving the game a shot. And then they're like, oh, I actually like this. And there are no strings attached, you know? Like they're not like, oh, I like this because I want to become a millionaire. They're just like, I like playing this, so I'm going to play it. And then like, obviously as time goes on, um, you know, it just happens to be a really good format, so more and more people play it, and then companies are like, we can commodify this, and then they make esports. So it's, I don't know, it's just like the way it would work logically. Yeah, that story is not what you think it is. It would feel as if gunplay was the most important aspect of ability games. The ability to enhance gunplay and not let it take over. Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of why I like. I mean, like me not liking Valorant, or I like Valorant, but any frustration I would have with Valorant, most of it would be just me not enjoying, like, I don't know, Counter Strike or tactical shooters as much as I do, like, you know, Quake style games, arena style games. But, like, I think Valorant does a really good job of just augmenting the gameplay with abilities, you know, albeit maybe a few too many flashes or like stupid shit like, you know, breach fucking ult and Sova wall hacks and stuff, but for the most part, you're really amplifying um, the gunplay of the game. Whereas like Overwatch ults are just completely just game changing, and the ult is your own powerful move external to like your mouse input that usually just wipes the team. You know, so like I don't know. Like I think that's why like a lot of FPS players fell out of love with Overwatch. Is it's just not the same. Like there's no augmentation of gunplay. It's just like the ability is literally just a different gun that just does more and wipes the other team. And I mean there are obvious exceptions to this, like Tracer, which is why I always say Tracer's such a well-developed hero. But then you have, you know, fucking Reinhardt. So it's I don't know. Valorant maps are pretty bad, but their maps are designed clearly to just like make people utilize ults and abilities to gain information. Which is why there's like so many line of sight breaks in Valorant. Like you can't go more than like 5 feet without having the total amount of information you can have without using an ability. So it's like, oh, you know, here's another fork in the road. Like I guess I have to use a flash here to like poke around the corner and prod and see if somebody's there. Or, like use my breach clear, or shoot a Sova dart, or drone in, or dog in, or whatever, you know. It's clearly just intended for abilities to be like that. Um, to be important where they wouldn't be if like every single sightline was just like CSGO. I mean, I think the only games I know of that are coming out uh, are like the Halo game and whatever game that the good studio is making. Those are like the only games that I know of that are like on any sort of horizon. Like I don't know of any other FPS games that are like coming out or anything. Before that was Hyperscape, but then that game died expediently. So I don't know. Doombringer. Yeah, I don't know. Like the problem I have with games like that is like I really am such a sellout that I just don't care if there aren't enough people around to play the game against. I never even bother getting into it. It was the same thing with that Splitgate game. Like I'm sure I would have had like a small amount of fun playing it for like a couple days, but I just can't bring myself to even give a shit enough to like install the game because I know it's going to be dead in, you know, a month tops. So I don't know. It's like hard. I played Dirty Bomb a little bit, but I actually didn't play it as much as people probably would have expected I played it. I think I was like really just all TF2 at that point. Like I played a bunch of TF2, and then like if I played any game on the side, it was just Quake. So it was hard to like play a bunch of, or even CS at that point. Yeah, I mean, Dirty Bomb would have been good, for sure. But I don't know. I hope that like I don't know. Part of me has always hoped that Overwatch League became, you know, somewhat successful. So at least it was like seen as something that you could do. I was always sort of torn. It was like I want Overwatch to like fall off so that like another company can make a game, but I don't want it to fall off so hard that people don't want to invest in esports anymore or like make, you know, like a new FPS game for the sole purpose of making money, because that means that we don't have more esports to follow and play. So hopefully that doesn't happen with Overwatch, because I mean I think it's I don't really know. I mean I'm partially talking out of my ass, but I feel like it's failing harder than people think it is. And we'll see, like I guess this next season and with the release of Overwatch 2, how much Overwatch rejuvenates. But I mean, I think it's doing pretty badly. So, you know, like I don't really think that there are many companies or investors out there like raving about their decision to support or to buy an Overwatch League team. So yeah, I agree. Getting off of Twitch was pretty huge. I mean, like the fucking game's got like 20K viewers last season. Like I was watching a lot of them because I just seriously couldn't believe the fact that it was getting like so few viewers. Yeah, like fucking LA Valiant like moved to China, dude. Like what the fuck? It just seems like it always seemed like a little bit too ambitious for my liking. Like the entire idea and premise behind Overwatch League always seemed way too intimidating and ambitious. Like you're trying to take something like geolocation and city-based model that had literal like generations of growth behind. Like sports are physical things that you need to live in the same place to play somebody in, and you had generations of adults watching it, having children, having them watch it, having children, having them watch it, for it to really grow to be what it is today, where like people are like, you know, proud to be a Lakers fan or whatever. I don't like it feels so hard to like fabricate that feel with people on the internet. Like especially like I mean just like as a general rule, because of like the internet and like the globalization of everything, everything's becoming much more homogenous than it is before. Like if I was born in New Jersey in the 1960s, all I was gonna fucking see was people from New Jersey unless I happened to move, right? Like I'm not on the internet talking to fucking people from California, and unless I'm just happening to move out to a different state to find a job there or something, that's it. Like that's my life, and like you can build a very easy community like that. But like it's I feel like it's so hard to do now. Like it's so like everything's online. The internet is bigger than it's ever been. You have so much less like loyalty and personality to like, you know, the city that you were born in or the city that you even live in, where like they're really not one and the same for a lot of people, like not even me. So I don't know, it's just like weird. It's like a weird model, I think, to like do in the year 2020 or 2017 or 18 or whenever it was going live. So like that in itself was so like, you know, weird to me, but like just like the sheer amount of like branding and like building you have to do to make something like that successful is ridiculous. Like look at all of the Overwatch League teams. Could you look at their sponsors other than like maybe the Outlaws or Fuel or something? I don't even know who the sponsors are for Fuel. But like could you look at any of their sponsors or any of their content or anything and be like, those guys are from Houston? Like no, like there's no like branding there, you know? There's no like obvious like that's where they're from. And the Outlaws is the best example to the contrary of that, because it's like the fucking Houston Outlaws and our logo is like a, or their logo is like a, you know, a longhorn or whatever the fuck they call it in Texas. And you know, it's all about like, we're from Texas, Texas hard. You know, like that's, the branding is so absent from like every other Overwatch League team. Like I have like no idea what the fuck's going on, you know? Like it doesn't even look like anybody's bought in to it doesn't even look like they bought in to like the model. Yeah, so Jack in the Box is like why I mentioned Dallas, I guess. I had something hidden in my brain about what one of their sponsors were. Oh yeah, their sponsors in terms of like the actual output of the sponsor was dog shit. But at the very least, having like HEB as a sponsor for a Houston team is like, that makes sense. I've watched more OWL games than NBA, but cannot name a single OWL team. Yeah, I mean, like that's like, it's really hard to like just completely build a new brand that has no previous attachment to anything. Like the only reason the Outlaws, for example, were as big as we were to begin with was because we were Optic. Like we got the biggest bump in popularity and growth early on from just being Optic. And then as soon as like we went our separate ways and that became no longer a thing, it was harder and harder to like keep a fan base. And then you look at every other team and it's like the London Spitfire. I guess they're Cloud9, so that's like not the best example, but like there's, you know, like I guess NRG is San Francisco Shock. Like these are like essentially brands that have no prior brand building, unless you happen to be somebody who watches esports and knows who NRG is, and you're like, NRG's sick, and then you know who the Shock are because they're related. If you're like somebody who is just getting into esports, which is like I feel like a big part of their audience, they were trying so hard to get people who like weren't the biggest esports watchers to find some amount of like attachment and interest in whatever team is representing their city. And like you don't like, who the fuck is that, bro? Like that might as well just be a rec team. It might as well just be a rec soccer team. Like the fucking, you know, the Washington Justice. Like I don't know, like, and like I'm not even blaming these like organizations, obviously. Like it's really, really hard to build brands like that. Like they've been trying to do it for 3 years with like no clear return or even growth. I mean, like we grew the most again in like season 1 and 2, and it was mainly due to the enormous growth we had in season 1 because we're Optic. And then the growth like just right off the cliff. I have no idea what I'm looking at, but go Optic. Yeah, I mean, that's a huge thing too. Like, player branding is so huge for any of these organizations because, again, these aren't like huge orgs that could take a player and elevate them. Optic could, which is why we grew so much the first year. Like, I gained like 20,000 fucking followers or some shit from just being, you know, an Optic player. But like you can be, if you're the London Spitfire now, or you're the, I guess we'll pick a Western team because the players tend to use Twitter more. If you're the Vancouver Titans and you pick up a random player, that player is getting nothing for that, dude. Like, I guarantee you they're getting like a couple hundred Twitter followers off of that, and that's it. You know? So like if you don't have a player that already has extreme amounts of branding, it's just so hard. It's so hard. But yeah, I don't know. It's just weird. Hopefully there's a new game out. Yeah, fucking cat. Listen to this. He decided against it. But yeah, I mean, that was my original point. Like, esports is such a global thing. I mean, the internet is obviously such a global thing that it's just weird to go with a city model when they could have just built their esport on the internet. You know? So, I don't know. Yeah, Seoul has the dynasty, and they have Is there another one? I guess there isn't, right? It's just dynasty. Just the Seoul dynasty for Korea. But yeah, I don't know. Hopefully there's a new game that comes out that's fun. I mean, I guess Valorant's kind of fun, but hopefully there's like, you know, an actual arena-y type game that comes out that's fun. Alright guys, I'm gonna take off, I think. Thanks for watching. It was fun. See you guys next time. Dummy is 5'2".